Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag 1 high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now, stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her. Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. It's time to move.
Rowan Walsh. Codename Rover. Class, Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, having security team carrying high-value materials is key.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Hey, operators. Looking for bigger payouts? Welcome to Zero Dam. The first operations map most operators learn, with low gear requirements that make it a great spot for farming Technic alloy. The map splits into left and right sectors, each with 7 spawn points and room for 3 squads. Standard extraction points sit on the opposite side of the map from wherever you spawn. Aggressive squads make a beeline for Administrative Center, or AC, where the map's highest value loot is concentrated. And the more squads that pile in, the fiercer the fighting gets. But if you'd rather skip the chaos, stay clear of AC, work your way around the outer routes, and loot as you go to build up your Technic alloy reserves instead. In this episode of Play Like Pros, we'll break down practical Zero Dam strategies through the eyes of the pros. Let's look at how Team NBA from the EMEA region approached their match in the Rise series. NBA spawned at cement plants. While looting the area, they also completed their in-match task to unlock paid extraction points. Once they confirmed that no one else was using paid extraction points, NBA took this safer underground passage into AC. Going in above ground would have exposed them to teams holding AC's east or west wing, so they avoided the risk and kept their timing clean. After entering AC, NBA wiped FBOV and took their gear and supplies. Then they rotated to paid extraction point and extracted successfully. If you don't want to sprint straight for AC from spawn, take a look at how Team DE from the EMEA region approached their run. DE spawned in front of the small barracks below Visitor Center. Their recon player, Cleric, held the small barracks and used a drone to watch the area around Visitor Center. Once they confirmed that the Visitor Center squad wasn't rotating toward Major Substation, Fullerate moved to Power Backup Center, while USB-1 Shaka searched Major Substation. After clearing the substations, DE heard gunfire coming from inside AC. The squad rotated in to clean up the fight, picked up a full haul of gear, and made it out. Whether it's a pro match or your everyday game, squads looking for a fight will usually converge on AC. So, if you want to stay out of the action, take the lower half of the map instead. Whether you spawn on the left or the right, you can follow this route, loot as you go, and work your way toward extraction. That's it for this episode's Zero Dam Guide. Stay tuned for more Play Like Pros, where we'll bring you even more pro-level skills and strategies.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
We can't hold them off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
Looking to straight it. He got it.
Sky T. Why not? White hole team.
Same exact route. And Luna landed some of the utilities. They're going to be able to flush knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the Cody station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill on to Easy. Easy jumps onto the Cody station. Valier finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA. No! Team Alliance.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers. Today is all about EMEA. It's going to be action-packed, and we love that we have each and every one of you out there. Hey, welcome in. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Vivid. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Good to see you too. Reflections doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, how could I be doing bad when we're going to be jumping into Delta Force Rise Series Season 2? Listen, Season 1, I was, blessed to be a part of that. But it just absolutely flew by. Even though it was 5 weeks long, it felt like you snapped your fingers and it was absolutely gone. So very, very excited to jump back into the competition and be excited every single weekend once more.
That's right, man. Open qualifiers. Everybody had a chance to enter into the regular season, the main event. However, only few will make it, including one from EMEA today. But for all of you out there, socials are popping off, and you have a chance to follow each and every one when it comes to Delta Force. And we want you to encourage you to stay up to date with everything Delta Force related, whether it be esports, whether it be updates. They got everything covered for you. But on top of that, you can also download the game now. Free $99, best price out there to get involved. Delta Force are doing a lot of great things, including this Rise Series Season 2. It's a long road to get to the main event, but all the competitors must travel it if they want to become a champion. But what does that road look like? Well, DK, get us caught up to speed.
Delta Force is more than a shooter. It is the next-gen extraction experience, and Operations is where the best teams put their skills to the test. Operations is a tactical extraction experience where squads fight for resources, complete objectives, eliminate opponents, and make every decision count. Only the team that combines strategy, coordination, and firepower can come out on top. In competitive play, each 7-round match features 6 squads and can last from 3 to 7 rounds. Teams earn squad points for kill points, total asset points, and Mandel brick points. Once a team reaches 40 squad points at the end of a round, it activates match point, and decoding a Mandel brick in a subsequent round secures the match winner. But Season 2 raises the stakes with a new path to the finals. The top 3 teams from the group stage now advance directly, while teams finishing from 4th to 9th enter the first Survivor match. From there, the pressure only increases. The top team from Survivor match number 1 reaches the finals, while places 2 through 6 move on alongside 10th place from the group stage into Survivor match number 2. Then comes the final chance. Survivor match 3 brings together places 2 through 6 from Survivor match 2 and 11th place from the group stage, with only the winner claiming the final spot in the finals. Match score points have been updated. Teams will not get match score points for decoded Mandel bricks, and the score will be calculated as follows. First place for each match earns 10 points. Second gets 6. Third, 5. Fourth, 3. Fifth, 2. And 6, 1. Season 2 also introduces a new way to break ties. In case of a tie in match score points, teams are first ranked by their average squad points across all rounds played in the group stage. If the tie remains, average kill points, average total asset points, and finally, average total asset value decide the ranking. And with $100,000 awarded for the group stage and another $100,000 waiting at the finals, Season 2 puts a total prize pool of $200,000 on the line, with the top 2 teams at the finals also securing direct slots to the Delta Force Invitational 2026. The road to the finals is tougher, the margin of error is smaller, and every round can make the difference. Welcome to the Delta Force Rise Series EMEA Season 2.
Thank you, DK, for the breakdown. $200,000 up for grabs, and these are the rules every competitor must adhere to. First and foremost, let's just go ahead to Season Meltdown. It's a new season, and that brings new changes, Vivid.
Yep, without a doubt, very, very excited to see how our players are going to be adapting to that. You can see this graphic is pretty similar to what we have seen before in the past. Of course, rounds 1 through 7 are going to be taking a little bit of a switch up this season. You can see down there in the bottom left, round 1 will feature an airdrop, but then after that, we immediately jump into the mana brick rounds, and we will be featuring a mana brick on every single map after that. So no more Tide Prison, unfortunately, for anybody at home. That was kind of a favor of that last season. But yeah, we're just gonna be jumping into all of the action this time around, and it's gonna be very, very exciting.
Absolutely. Love that we're introducing more Mando bricks, and the reason why is because we now have match point. This is a big deal. Before double Mando bricks, you get the win. This time, not necessarily guaranteed. You need to get up to 40 squad points. Doing so, then you're on match point. Now, once you reach that match point 40-point threshold, you then decode a Mando brick at one of the next rounds. You win the competition. Now, Vivid, this is a big deal when it comes to Delta Force competitive. Why did we move to match point, and what does it mean for the competitors?
Yeah, without a doubt. Obviously, these competitors can still end the competition early, which is what a lot of people at home loved about the format last season. Just a different kind of approach to it. You have to go ahead and secure those squad points, which of course we will talk about in a little bit. But it just allows all of our teams to kind of just play a different strategy. They don't necessarily have to kind of send it for some of these mana bricks every single time, but they still will be the most worth thing. As you can see, some of the starting supplies for the tournament going to be very, very similar to last season. 2 million starting Technic Alloy for each player. They're all going to have those 3x3 ultimate safe boxes, so that way they can keep some of the loot safe that they are able to find. All of our players will still have access to that 12-slot card holder, and then the ultimate key card that kind of allows them access to every single key card around the map. And then for some of those resources after that starting supply, of course, you can go ahead and just, get a fixed supply every round. 800,000 alloy for every single elimination that you're able to find. Some of those Mando bricks being decoder will give you some alloy as well, and then consecutively failing extract. But those Mando brick rules, of course, we have all seen it. We have all loved it. Those Mando bricks are going to spawn in on the map, and they will be available shortly after the match starts. However, once that Mando brick is picked up, the squad has 4 minutes to actually place it in a decoding station. And if they do not, that Mando brick will actually reset back to that initial spawn point. If they are able to make it over to the decoding station, they place it in, a 4-minute timer will start. If no team stops them, they'll decode the mana brick and they'll secure some of those points. However, if a team is able to stop them, jump on the station for themselves, that timer will actually reset and it is then reduced by 30 seconds. That being said, it can actually only be reduced all the way down to 90 seconds. And that's when things start to get a little bit crazy. A little bit of a note here, if the squad that is currently decoding the mana brick, if they are eliminated, all 3 members go down, that countdown will actually go ahead and pause. And also, as a little bit of an addition to the rule set there, if let's say a team is on 1 second remaining before they actually go ahead and decode that mana brick, if somebody actually jumps on that, because it takes 2.5 seconds to actually steal away the mana brick, then the person stealing it is actually allotted the time to go ahead and steal it. So if somebody's currently on the station, they cannot actually be stopped from stealing it by that timer hitting 0.
But the big thing here, we're giving Mando brick rewards this time around, and they are big rewards. Now it's going to encourage people to go out and fight, the teams in general, to go out and fight. Just inserting the Mando brick, just going for the handover or decoding gets you additional rewards, gets you additional money that you can obviously use to get ahead of your competition. This is a big deal, and Vivid, I don't think we've had something like this, or at least as intricate as we're introducing in Season 2.
Yeah, last season, pretty much the player or the squad, if they were able to go ahead and copy the mana brick, they were the ones that actually got rewarded for actually just decoding that mana brick. But now you can see that first insert. If you're that initial squad that picks up the mana brick, takes it over to the decoding station, you and your squad will actually be rewarded for that. And then also, if you're a player that is kind of like actively stealing that decoding station away, right? You can see it hand over there in the center of that graphic. You will get rewarded with Technic Alloy for going ahead and stealing away that mana brick. But here we go, squad points. There's a little bit of an addition this time around. Squad points are still going to be the total amount of kill points that you were able to pick up. Every single kill is going to be worth 1 point. Added to that is going to be your asset points, very, very similar to last season as well, where in which every 2 million in total stash value you were able to go ahead and pick up throughout the game series. You will then accrue an additional point there. But as you can see, to help these players actually reach that 40-point threshold, there is now an additional way to go ahead and pick up some of these squad points, and it's just going to be decoding mana bricks. So obviously, before you wanted to go ahead and decode 2 mana bricks throughout, and I mentioned it. Yeah, mana bricks, once you get to that 40-point threshold, that match victory point threshold, yeah, obviously the mana bricks are going to be worth a ton more there. But as you can see here, because they're worth squad points, they are still worth a ton in those early rounds.
And it scales up. It scales up, right? Which is a big deal. When we're talking about the Open Qualifiers, there will be a map limit. There's going to be 7 maps in total, right? Now, when we do move on to the main events, that's going to change a bit. It will be unlimited maps until somebody is able to win the match point format. But in this case, especially today, let's say you hit round 7, getting that Mandel brick, there is a big reason to do so. Not only if you are on match point, you'll lock in the game, you'll lock in the series, you'll qualify in first place, but the 20 points is going to matter a lot. It can very well be the difference between make it or break it. But like you said, even early on, getting the 12 points is a big deal. Love that we introduced that for Season 2. Again, it just makes more of an enticing appeal to going for the Mandel break more so than it was before, which means more fighting and more entertainment for all of you out there. And speaking of entertainment, we've got the best of the best trying to qual today, and only one team moves forward.
An absolute gauntlet has this open qualifier been. I will give a quick note to any of the fans at home of Team Agartha. We saw them last season. They actually went ahead and qualified through to that regular season just yesterday, and you saw another one of those teams here that we kind of expect to be in the finals as well. That was Mandel Brick Addiction. But let's go ahead and take a look at the quick map breakdown, what we can kind of expect here today. Again, round 1, 0 down. Very, very similar to last season. You're just going to kind of jump into this. Again, you want to pick up those kills. You want to pick up as much alloys as you possibly can. And then after that, we're straight into the Mana Brick rounds. We're going to feature Brakkesh 2 times. And of course, those airdrops will be dropping down. And then once we get to round number 4, then we're going to go ahead and start the Space City Fun. We'll play that for 3 maps. And then a little bit of a change this season as well. So last season, the last place team actually went ahead and got the opportunity to pick between Space City and Brakkesh. This time around, it's actually just going to be a coin flip from our admins behind the scenes to actually determine which map we get. So we could get Space City in round 7. We could get Brakkesh if we do, of course, make it all the way to round 7. Remember, teams can actually end the competition early with a new little format this season. We already explained it, but as a quick little note, you got to reach 40 points, and then you got to Dakota Mana Brick to go ahead and win out the series.
That's right. That's going to be the rules for today. I know it's a lot that we threw at you very, very quickly. If you have any questions, feel free to post it in chat. Maybe somebody answer. Maybe we'll get back to you. I did see a comment out there, and they were saying, Mandel Bricks, is that the only objective? Well, it's a big objective, but not the only one. Obviously, you're still trying to get loot. You're still trying to get eliminations. You're still trying to elevate your point total. But yes, Mandel Bricks will be one of the main focal points, but at least when it comes to Zero Dem, obviously starting off, it will not be. This is a good opportunity to get your points up, get your early elims, good litmus test as to who you're going to be playing against, and most importantly, you do have the airdrops to fight for, which could give you valuable loot going into the next round. This is exciting. Going into Zero Dem, round number 1, a good opportunity for anybody to prove that they truly are the best. And they're going to have to do so, Vivid. I mean, when we only talk 7 maps, that's not a lot of opportunity to come back, especially if you fall far behind early on. So Zero Dem, you want to start off hot and heavy, especially going into Brakkesh, which is going to be your first Mandel Break opportunity. Any early predictions from you? We've got a lot of talented players. Obviously, Mandel Brick Addiction, they're looking like the strongest.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, anybody at home are kind of used to seeing these big names up here, right? We got Skydie, Bulldo, and Evan over there from Mandel Brick Addiction. And I was actually taking a look at the roster that we're going to be featuring here today. And we've got a cool little stat behind the scenes that shows off the game time. Bulldo is actually the player playing today with the most amount of game time. This guy's got 2,600 hours played on the game. So Mandel Brick Addiction just constantly playing Delta Force, making sure that they are well-versed for competitions like this. But it's in their name, man, right? Mandel Brick Addiction. Right. Would not be no surprise to kind of see them favoring towards some of those mana bricks. But for now, we're going to be jumping into Zero Dem. No mana bricks here this time around, but I'm sure plenty of kills and plenty of loots are going to be on the mind of all of our players.
That's right. Got to get the loot. Got to get the kills early on. Doing so is going to be big. We'll take a look at the overall map. You will have that clash over at admin, which you typically do. It'll be LFO as well as MBA. This is going to be a great fight. I think for LFO, if you're looking from their perspective, they're a very talented roster. Bazooka is going to be one, at least on my mind, Carme as well. But going against MBA this early on is definitely going to be tough. For the rest, though, Vivid, pretty well spread apart, got their own individual POIs. From you and your perspective, right, you've got 18 minutes to make moves happen. Maybe we see a fight in admin, but what is your objective going in to Zero Dem? You're starting off the tournament. What is your goal?
I think I can actually just speak kind of what I've seen them do in the past. Typically on Zero Dem, we actually don't see many fights happen in the very early stages of the round here. As you can see, you talked about it, 18 minutes, and they like to usually spend like 10 to 15 minutes just looting up all of the surrounding area that they kind of spawned around. And then after that, it's very, very hard to kind of rotate amongst the maps. That's why it takes them so long to actually try to find some fights sometimes. So yeah, just go ahead and loot up your area. You never know what kind of red you'll find, whether or not it'll be worth 2 mil, 1 mil, you know what I mean? It's just something that you can kind of keep safe, put in that 3x3 safe box. So always worth it to kind of loot the immediate area around which you spawn. So that's what these players are, of course, going to do, which is why we're going to see a bit of a lack of fighting here in the very early stages. But yeah, hopefully for us at home, those fights will start to kick off and we'll be able to kind of see how all of our players are feeling today.
Since we are at a new season, do we see any new operators, Vivid, that, you know, kind of raises your eyebrows a little bit? Obviously, there have been some adjustments. We won't be using the new operator, at least in this competition, but from your perspective, I know you're really excited to see all the changes that Meltdown had to bring.
Definitely super excited. Zero Dam looks pretty standard so far, right? You got the Raptor that pretty much all of our teams are usually going to use. I do see one of our squads is going to be LFO. They're not going to be featuring a Raptor, instead opting for the Luna, which is pretty rare. I would say Luna's usually finds a ton of value when it comes down to helping attack and defend some of those mana brick rounds. So usually our teams save those Lunas, and if anybody's like, what are you talking about, saving Lunas? Why would you need to save your Lunas? Well, all of our teams can actually only use each and every operator 2 times over the course of this 7-round game. So they do have to kind of manage those operators. So using an operator like Luna early on could be a little bit of a question mark sometimes. But of course, these teams know what's to come into the future, so they've got a plan. But yeah, Raptors are pretty standard on Zero Dam. You just get so much value from that little Raptor drone. You can find so much of that information because rotating around this map is pretty scary sometimes, and it's kind of being featured right now. You can see it from 6VN. They're peeking off into the hills, and there's a squad out there, Squad DS, that's kind of just laying in the foliage, and if you didn't have a Raptor to kind of sniff that out, you'd kind of just run around, potentially right into their crosshairs.
Could be a fun fight if it ends up unfolding for sure. Airdrop will be up relatively soon. That's going to be fought for, obviously. Still in the meantime for admin, nothing's really happened. Like you said, it's kind of free game at this point, especially to loot up. But DS have a great spot on the new airdrop. We did see 6VN looking at their location just a little bit earlier, but they decided not to pounce on it as of yet. Could see LDS maybe move up. It seems like that's where they're heading to, going up towards the right-hand side of the map where DS is currently at. They only got a minute to get there, but definitely could be our first fight that we end up seeing. If not that one, maybe Rain. Rain starts to move up to admin area too, so before long we'll have 3 teams in admin. That'll be NBA, LFO, as well as Rain, which could be a bit of an engagement. Yeah, LDS, DS, I think, Vivid, that's going to be my next point that I think we're going to be looking at, fighting for the airdrop if LDS can get there in time.
It's going to be a super tough push for them, so yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that, but I do not expect them to get there in time to actually stop them from looting that airdrop. And you mentioned it, bunch of teams started to converge around the admin area. Of course, LFO and NBA, they've been here the entire time, but now 6VN and the purple squad over there of Rain starting to inch closer and closer. This is something that we've seen in the past, though. You can see that yellow squadron is starting to take an early position over towards that extract area. That's usually where the Zero Dam fight happens towards the end of the competition, right? Everybody's like, oh, we got to go ahead and push for the extract before it actually runs out, but there's so many teams that are usually posted up that it's very, very hard to go ahead and aggress onto that extract. So an early position for LFO. Let's go ahead and take a look at the loot that we're going to be getting here out of the first airdrop of Season 2. It's going to be none other than that M82 50 BMG for the likes of DS. Big question will be, what do they opt to do with this? We've seen it before in the past, where teams have actually invested that sniper rifle and its ammunition into just trying to get kills on Zero Dam, right? Because remember, those kills are worth it. You can, pick up all the loot that you get off of the bodies. You, of course, get a single point for every kill that you can find. And then some other times, some of our teams actually opt to just try to extract with it. So we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be for DS. But we are 6 minutes in, Reflections, and I do not believe we have had a single shot fired at another player from a player on this map so far.
No, not at all. I was just thinking about how slow it's actually been. I'm sure we're going to have some bloodshed maybe the next 5 or so minutes, but for now, it's been very, very quiet. You had a good call out for LDS. It was a tough push onto the airdrop, plus just not a lot of time, so DS gets away with the first loot. New airdrop coming in just about a minute for at least a meantime. But this, admin area really excites me, specifically from NBA's perspective. Being in the qualifiers, being such a talented roster, this is going to be the first opportunity to see what they're bringing to the table in today's competition. And it's not going to be an easy one, given the fact that they quite literally are sandwiched in between Reign, LFO, 6VN is just below them. So any team that NBA decides to fight, they do it recklessly. I mean, a third party is almost guaranteed.
Yep, our players are playing very, very passive. There's actually a lot of the line on the line here today. Only the first place team actually go ahead and qualify to that regular season. I didn't mention it earlier on, but we had a team make it out of the Open Qualifiers just yesterday. That was Team Agartha. And some of our teams played good enough over some of the earlier rounds to actually make it here today to the final round of the Open Qualifier. But in this final round, only room for a single team to qualify through. First place is what we're going to be looking at, putting a giant emphasis on here today. So this passive approach, our players are probably feeling the pressure, starting to kind of think about how much is on the line. That being said, the second airdrop is starting to fall from the sky here and could potentially finally be something worth fighting over. And there it is. Finally, some shots kind of exchanged. That's going to be Buldo off into the distance onto range. Just going to do a little bit of damage to the armor, but outside of that, not much to be found.
Yeah, for NBA, again, they're just in such a tough spot, sandwiched between several teams. Getting over to the airdrop is going to be difficult, because even if they wanted to maybe entertain the idea, they're going to have to go through 6VN, who is going to be just below them. DS is moving up as well. DS might be a little bit greedy this time around. They've already got one airdrop. They were uncontested. Maybe some false confidence from them. They see the second one coming up. It's going to be a little bit more difficult being as open as it currently is. Plus, they have to at least expect that they're going to be running into some teams on that roadway, but they're going to make an attempt for it. This could be a big, big come up for DS early on if they're able to secure it in about 20 seconds. And they might be able to, because in admin, there's now going to be 5 teams sitting in this one location, and for DS, they might be able to get it and extract and get out scot-free with 2 airdrops.
Crazy happenings going on around the map. You can see LDS is actually making an approach onto the wall breaker contract, so they might go ahead and opt to pick that one up, which will, of course, open up that back area on the backside of the admin area. But I would be super surprised if the likes of LDS were able to actually make their way over there and complete the wall breaker contract. If they were able to complete this contract, though, they would, of course, get those lucky wooden sculptures and then all of the loot that wall breaker contract has to offer in the vault back there. And sure enough, they are going to go ahead and activate it. So this could be potentially something that gets some of our teams moving here. Again, I would not be surprised if, even though they called this in, that they are not able to go ahead and actually complete this. They would love to, because it does net you just so much. It will be very, very hard with so many teams in their way.
LDS and Reign start to rotate to the left-hand side. They might actually clash a little bit, depending if they continue to move forward. I think LDS and Reign most likely going to be engaging relatively shortly. I think it's going to be Fermento who's going to be able to see the rotation from LDS. Not too long, and it is Fermento who's going to be just up the head, but he doesn't have a line of sight to shit. So for now, I think LDS is not spotted. I think they're chilling at the current moment. But if they do move up, yeah, Reign is going to be able to cut them off and see them. Airdrop still there to the right of the map, as you can see. Right above Substation. Nobody's been able to get it. DS has been on the lookout for it. They've seen that it's quiet. They're not fully committing for it yet. Borscher is going to be looking that way. He doesn't see anybody. Borscher might make the call out for Storm and Atroxy to actually come up and maybe go for it. What's the play here? I mean, for admin, it's still so quiet. We only have 7 minutes left, and nobody's made a move.
Well, for DS here, I think finally their Raptor drone kind of came back up, so they should have the information that they can just go ahead and pick up this airdrop, so that should be the next move for them. But everybody at home's probably looking at that map. It's like, why is everybody kind of converging around this admin area? And really, it just has to do with the extracts, because Zero Dam in the competitive game mode is very, very different than those normal games that we all know and love that we play at home, right? Obviously, if you spawn one side of the map, you can just run to the opposite side of the map, and you usually have those stationary, those static extracts that you can kind of use, but in competition, they are actually disabled. So it's all about the conditionals. Of course, you can pull the switch to activate the elevator extract. You still do have available those backpacks that backpack extract, 1 slot available there, and then the weight limited extract all the way up there in towards the mountain range that is still available. But again, only 1 person can kind of use that. And then you can use the paid extract towards that riverbank. But again, those conditionals, very, very restricting sometimes. So we do usually see this convergence around the admin area from all of our teams because they want to go ahead and fight for that elevator extract. That being said, all of these teams that are not actually near a switch are kind of relying on the teams that are currently poised up near those switches to go ahead and pull it. We've seen it before in the past where teams have just opted to not pull it, and everybody's like, yep, we're not making it out of this one.
Right. Time running a bit short now. Teams need to start thinking about where they're going to extract, where they want to even move to. And everybody's pinned up currently. We've only seen a couple of shots, but nobody's really taken any damage. For DS, they finally move away from the right of substation, now up towards the north. Storm stays back. Still scouting the area, scouting to see what's about. Probably not getting too much information, but as we know with our X-ray, there are people about. DS is looking like they're going to forego the airdrop, despite doing the recon and seeing that it's relatively clear. Maybe thinking a trap is set, Vivid. They say, that's not really our fight that we want to take. We're already okay with the airdrop number 1.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Again, I'm pretty sure they had the information that nobody was in the area, so I'm very, very curious to know what's going on over there. Maybe they're just a little bit more timid. Obviously, we have so much information allotted to us, and kind of just limited to what they could find with that Raptor drone. But here it is, Rain. Rain in the wings here. LDS could potentially be in trouble, but I think they've kind of made it past this little bit of a choke point now, and the likes of Rain, they might have missed their timing now because LDS have obviously gone ahead and pushed kind of past that angle that they were holding prior to this. But I mean, we're down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and we have 18 players alive, and they are all within pretty much the same area, within probably 150 meters, 200 meters of each other.
There it is.
Here's some shots. Here's some pings going off. Nothing happening too crazy so far.
Yeah, with time running low, Rain sees an opportunity. They got the information needed. Good utility out. They're going to go ahead and push LDS. This has been a fight that has been, I think, a long time coming. If we were to have a stat of people moving around the map, I think LDS has probably done the most movement, but yet they haven't got the most profit. So this is going to be a big engagement for them to at least walk away with something, and they're going to have to take on Rain head on. Empower, great off angle. This is going to be good for him. MKX forced to back away. But for Empower, he's got to play this carefully. He's got a sandwich between one player on the left and right to the side of Rain. But either way, they continue to push up. At NBA, I'm curious if they go for this third party. They've been in the wings, kind of waiting, playing patiently. They've been pinned up, and now an opportunity maybe to break free and go up for the third party. That's what Bulldog's going to do.
On the other side of that, though, LDS does find a first pick over there onto the squad of Rain. That's going to be traded out. So a great job from Rain there. But yeah, Bulldog has now put himself in a position to where he can potentially find the third party. Unfortunately for him, though, looks like the trading of shots is actually going ahead and halted for just a quick moment here. That being said, on the other side of things, MXK is kind of trying to make something happen, and Bulldog is actually going to go ahead and get the reinforcements called in here. Unfortunately for Bulldog, didn't get a lot of information out of that Raptor drone, so still kind of going in blind. On the other side of admin, though, we got another fight. DS versus 6VN, and that's going the way of DS.
Yeah, DS totally annihilating 6VN. They're in trouble. Only one player remains, and he's got to try and make some magic happen. In the meantime, while he's trying to recover, LFO is now starting to go south. They're now going into that LDS fight, which isn't going to be easy. DS from a distance, though, finds an opportunity to keep some heads down. NBA has officially started to smoke. It looks like they're disengaging. They're getting out of that fight. Bulldog not finding as much value with this flank as he was expecting with the third party, because LDS and Rain have just been embroiled in this engagement for some time now. For NBA, this might actually be smart. Are they going to extraction? Are they trying to reposition onto Rain, who's now going up north? What's the game plan?
Got to be a reposition right there for NBA to take a look at this. Whereas the admin building, it's DS versus LFO, and so far it's been all DS. That being said, careful, because Karm's still alive, but he's going to be thwarted. Just a quick second there. So DS now on 5 kills. So they have done a great job of making the most so far out of that M82 sniper rifle in the great position that have gone ahead and picked up. For them, though, they got to go ahead and reset and potentially join this other fight that's kind of happening between 3 teams still. You can see it. LDS actually took the opportunity to find the res, so they're back to a 3-man roster, but Skitey is going to go ahead and find an opening pick. Also finds some utility damage, and then finds the third as well with the help of Evan. So NBA, with the reposition, they find LDS.
The NBA looking great. Now we transition over to this fight that's been long underway. As it is going to be DS. Storm falling down to the wayside. Azu has done a great job disengaging. He lost his teammates a little bit earlier on to DS. It was a big fight. They ended up losing 2. So for Azu, best case scenario, just to get out. Only a minute remaining, though. Time is running short. We transition back over to Buldo, who was the first initiator on the third party between Rain and LDS just a little bit earlier. And Buldo was hitting shots, but MXKX isn't going down without a fight. Manages to get the drop onto Skitey, but Buldo's not done yet. Buldo pushes up, takes some down, and NBA, a flawless fight. DS as well, the 2 teams walking away with the most.
5 kills now for NBA. I think DS were able to go ahead and pick up a 6th if they were able to find that solo that was left remaining on 6VN. Numbers advantage right now for DS. Of course, they do not know it, and they're trying to kind of enter the area. Of course, they have no information on, but you might as well send it. 15 seconds left remaining. Not going to be able to extract anyway. Some shots are kind of sent as some warning shots for Evan right there. But I would not be surprised if we did not see another kill happen here on Zero Dam. I think all 5 of these guys are just going to go ahead and fail the extract. Trying to make something happen, but there it is. Timer hits 0, and Zero Dam. Oh my gosh. Very slow start, but the action came in the last 4 minutes.
It did, man, and once it started popping off, it refused to slow down. NBA, they were in a tough spot. They were sandwiched between quite literally 4 other teams who were all around them. They did a great job pumping the brakes, staying disciplined, and just staying in control, and then finding the opportunity. A third party, that Rain fight was brilliant. The reposition was perfect. They knew time was running low, but you got to think they're used to fighting for Mando bricks, and that's where the time is of the essence, and they timed it perfectly. Obviously not for a Mando brick in this case, but the reposition, as you called it, Vivid, was beautiful. But DS, a big surprise from them. You know, they started off in their own POI. They get the first airdrop. They don't go for the second airdrop, despite it looking very clear. Like you said, though, they don't have all the information we have, so they didn't want to run the risk of losing their first airdrop and what they had already had. But once they started fighting, Vivid, you know, once that timidness was gone, DS, they knew how to slay out.
Yeah, without a doubt. Of course, it helped them that they had a little bit of an advantage in their weaponry with that M8250B MG. Of course, they were able to go ahead and put that to use. And I mentioned it, sometimes our teams like to go ahead and use that sniper rifle they pick up out of the airdrop to just find those kills on Zero Dam. That being said, with nobody kind of extracting, again, in this new match point format, we're going to be thinking about that 40-point mark. And I don't think any of our teams are going to pass like 6, maybe like 8 points.
Ooh, that's tough to see, but hey, only 7 maps though, so irregardless, if we don't reach 40 points, there still is going to be a winner come map number 7, and let's not forget, coming up next is going to be Brakkesh, and that's going to be a Mando brick fight, the first one of the day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 2 coming your way.
Looking to got it.
Why not white hole team?
Same exact route as Luna landed some of the utility. They're going to be able to push knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately, and on the back foot of that, landing at the coding station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill onto Easy jumps onto the coding station. Duvalier finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA, no! Team Alliance.
I'll get you out of here.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her.
Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. It's time to move.
Rowan Walsh. Codename Rover. Class Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, have a security team carrying high-value materials is key.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It's the Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers. It's EMEA. Map 1 done. About to transition into Map 2. You're only getting 7 today, but it's a bit different this time around because more Mando breaks are up for grabs, and we do have a new map rotation as well. Compared to the last season, it's a lot of fun. However, Map 1 was very, very slow until it wasn't. Vivid, one of the things about qualifiers, you never know what you're going to get. We got a lot of new faces. It was Open Qualifiers after all, leading up to this point. So there are some new faces, but new faces brings new opportunities.
Yep, without a doubt. Obviously, we're going to be thinking about the likes of NBA. We know that these guys have been here before. We know they're going to be experienced. But on the other side of things, 5 teams kind of entering the competition that I, at least personally, have not seen in any of these competitions so far. Yeah, a lot to be said for here. And they can make a name for themselves coming out of the Open Qualifiers by going ahead and winning it and making it to that regular season. So there's so much on the line here today. As a quick reminder to everybody at home, what the heck are we playing for here today? Why are we even here? Why are me and Reflections talking? First place. That is why we're here. First place out of this Open Qualifier here today will make it to that regular season. So once we go ahead and kind of pull up the stats here from game number 1, whoever got that early lead, we're going to be looking at them for the rest of the day to see if they can kind of continue on with that momentum.
Yeah, we don't know officially as of yet, but we have at least make an educated guess. It's either NBA or DS. They were the two shining stars from Zero Down. Things were very, very, very slow for 16 minutes. We really didn't get anything, or excuse me, like 13, 14 minutes. We didn't get anything till the tail end. But DS did walk away with the airdrop, and for NBA, they did have a good execution on the third-party fight against Rain and the company they were fighting, which shows maturity. It shows great presence. NBA is a team that is definitely the favorite. Again, with it being open qualifiers, from DS's perspective, especially being relatively unknown, they're showcasing that they can go against the best, or what has traditionally been the best teams and best players, which is exciting for sure. When we think of Delta Force competitive, it's grown so much since the first iterations a couple of years ago to where it was in Delta Force Rise Series Season 1 to where it is now. And it's encouraging, right? Because if you look at how many teams entered Vivid into the open qualifiers, I mean, it had to be at least, what, like 50 or something. Like, it was so many teams trying to qualify to this point, and we now have at least from outside of the other qualified teams such as Agartha, we have, what, at least 6 teams now who are all trying to be top 1. That's a lot of fresh blood entering into Delta Force Esports.
Yeah, that kind of leaves us thinking about, okay, 50 plus teams entered. We got 6 left right now. 1 already made it through. So, yeah, we have already eliminated 40 plus teams from this competition. So it has been an absolute gauntlet for these players to actually make it here. A lot of teams actually stood in their way, but they have actually made it all the way to the end here on Sunday. All that stands in their place is 5 other teams. So listen, I would be feeling the pressure, man. Obviously, some of these players, they might be a little bit tired too, because like I mentioned, it's been a very, very long open qualifier system for them. They've played multiple rounds to actually make it here today, and then had to continuously just do well time and time after, again and again and again, against different teams to actually make it here. So far, all of these teams have been performing in whatever rounds they have played in, but this one is the one that is going to matter the most.
Yeah, and as we transition into Brakkesh, it's going to have a different pacing. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how it ends up unfolding, because again, chat was saying, is Mandelbricks, is that all there is to play for? Well, no, not necessarily. You want points, but when we think about Brakkesh, the first Mandelbrick opportunity, it's the first chance to showcase, if you're a roster, if you're a team, to get up there and to fight and showcase that you're willing to push the envelope, which I think is so very important, especially when you think about who you're going to be playing against when you move on to the next stage, right? The main event, where so much money's on the line, but arguably now you're entering into a harder player pool. If you're a team coming from qualifiers, you should want to dominate here. You should want to prove that the others are still just trying to qualify for the main event, but you deserve to be there. And whether it's NBA or DS or the others who are fighting tooth and nail, the opportunity is here and now, but who's willing to reach out and grab it? As we head into Brakkesh, this will be another litmus test as to who is ready to secure a win, who is ready to fight for the first Mandelbrick. And if it's not Mandelbrick addicts, I'm going to break something.
Reflections is going to break something. So something in this room is on the line. Qualification on the line for other teams. I'm not sure who I'm a little bit more worried for, Reflections Room or some of these teams and their qualifying chances here today. But Brakkesh, man, let's go ahead and explain it. Of course, the Mandelbrick is going to be featured. Completely different scoring system this time around. If a team is able to go ahead and decode this Mandelbrick on this first round that we're going to be seeing it, it's going to be worth 12 points for them in their squad points total. We're going to be constantly talking about it throughout the day. 40 points is kind of where these teams want to be, so that way they can kind of threaten, go ahead and just win the competition outright. But as we go ahead and jump into things, we're going to get a quick little glimpse here at the leaderboard. That's immediately where my eyes went on the left-hand side. NBA actually have 11 total points so far, and DS have 10. So, of course, we kind of expected them to be in those 1 and 2 spots, but NBA actually were able to go ahead and pick up just an extra point there. So 1/4 of the way to that 40-point threshold that we continue to kind of talk about.
That's right.
But Brakkesh, man, how are these teams going to play? You don't really... Well, I mean, it's hard to say. It's like you don't have to play for the Mandelbrick, because that's not the only way to kind of win the competition. Not the only way to get to that 40-point threshold. But
no,
it's just worth so many points, you know?
We did show it at the beginning, Vivid, that scaling, right, when it comes to decoding points that you get for the Mandelbricks. So now it's 12 points. So if you're able to decode the Mandelbrick successfully, you're going to secure 12 points on top of whatever eliminations you get, on top of whatever loot you're able to secure, right, because we know 2 million equals 1 point. So this could be a big scoring game for anybody out there who's willing to take the bull by the horns, to just go forward and attack their competition. Now, Mandelbrick already into the hands of DS. They were the early guys to take advantage of the airdrop on Zero Down. This time around, they're not slowing down. I gotta say, Vivid, I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan of this DS roster.
So far, every single time there's been something in front of them that they could utilize of their own, they have gone ahead and taken full advantage of it. They get an early spawn towards this mana brick. They go ahead, they pick it up, they get early control over it. Zero Dam, they had some of the airdrops around them. They went ahead and picked those up as well, and then utilized that increased weaponry very, very well indeed. So I'm agreeing with you there. DS has proven early on that they are going to be a team to look out for. That being said, a little bit of a unseen strategy from me, at least. LDS kind of waiting in the wings over here, seeing if anybody's going to kind of rotate through. But yeah, the map in general is going to be very, very interesting to look at, because we're going to go ahead and argue that, yeah, technically these teams can kind of play for the loot because that will net them squad points as well. But will they actually go ahead and try to play in towards that, or will they just go ahead and opt to play towards that typical mana brick strategy? And here we go. We get that map view, and so far, I mean, I don't see a single team in the Tower of Babel, which is where a majority of the map is actually going to be found on Brakkesh. So I think we're getting an early glimpse of what we can kind of expect from these rounds.
For sure. I mean, again, with the new incentives to fight for the Mandelbrick, it's going to force teams to have to go for it. They can't ignore it. Especially when there's, like, I think when you get to match points, you know, in the next stage where there's basically unlimited maps until somebody's able to win, I think you can afford to give up the Mandelbrick, you know, not fight for it, maybe fall behind on points a little bit, and just simply for the fact to loot up going into future maps, future rounds. But in this case, with only 7 total rounds, you can't afford to let any of these Mandelbricks go. You've got to fight for them. You really do. And you got to try to secure as many points as possible, because second place won't cut it. Third place won't cut it. Normally, that's okay. You get the podium finish, you feel great. You can only qualify if you get first place today. And the teams respect that. They understand it. And I think that's why Tower doesn't get as much priority. But for DS, they've held on to this Mandelbrick now for almost 3 minutes. Where do they go? You've got one decoding station, 6VN is there. You've got another MBA is there. The other one is locked in from LFO. So it's like, you know, what's the game plan at this point if you're DS?
It's honestly sometimes very, very hard to play from that position. We've seen it time and time again before, where a team does go ahead and pick up the mana brick, and then they kind of just hide away in the house, and they kind of just sit there for the rest of the game because it's super hard to make their way out. That being said, still objectives being found on the map by some other teams. LFO is going to go ahead and take out the helicopter, so they are, of course, going to be getting some of those lucky wooden sculptures that we have talked about a couple of times today. They're not really worth anything unless they can actually extract with them. If they can extract with them, then they'll basically be worth a set of gold armor for the squad. They can use 2 of them to gain access or do an exchange with a barter to go ahead and pick up a gold armor, or they can use a single one of them to go ahead and pick up a golden helmet. So sometimes teams will kind of like split one up, give one to one guy, give one to another, and then they'll get 2 golden helmets, or sometimes they like to just stack them and pick up gold armor. But again, you have to kind of extract with them, so super, super difficult. But still, a couple of pieces of loot found there for LFO. They can kind of keep safe in their safe box, which is why we see them on the left-hand side of your screen. Their profits are up to about 1 mil. For everybody else, very, very low.
Airdrop comes down. Looks like Rain is going to be there very quickly as we take a look at what they're going to be able to get here. The AP ammo, okay. It's going to be good for Rain, who arguably had a slow game number 1. They were looking pretty strong in that fight until NBA chose to flank around them, ultimately taking them out. It was NBA and DS who were the last ones standing on 0 down. But for that Mandelbrick, yeah, I mean, nothing was able to happen. DS, unfortunately, couldn't make a move. They were the first ones to get it, but then from there, it's like, well, where do we go? What's the game plan? They didn't really have one, and honestly, Vivid, I don't think they really had a clear route to even start the decoding process. It just wasn't going to be easy no matter where they went.
Which means that this is going to play out very, very weird, because think about it. We've already used up 6 minutes of the allotted 18 minutes of a map here on the competitive side of things. And that initial decode takes 4 minutes if a team is actually able to take the mana brick over to a decoding station. So dare I say, the first time we see a mana brick here in Season 2, we might not see it get decoded. I mean, we're just straight up running out of time. None of our teams are really playing for much right now.
Which, it's kind of disappointing from a spectator perspective. We want to see, you know, big fights for the Mandel Brick, but I think from a competitive perspective, it's not necessarily the worst thing. You know, if nobody's getting the Mandel Brick, well, nobody's getting the 12 points, which means we can just continue to play as we've been playing. I mean, if you arguably look at NBA, you look at DS, maybe even Reign, like, there's only, what, unofficially a 5-point spread between them. So, if nobody's going to profit in a big way, go to Game 3, move on. It's not necessarily the worst, but it is kind of telling going into the next Brakkesh. Because if this one ends with no Mandel Brick, maybe the second, or excuse me, the third map won't end with the Mandel Brick either. Either way, though, slow, as it typically was. And now, we go back to the tower conversation. Obviously, the attention was on the Mandel Brick, but now tower is free and clear. And if a team would have stayed there and actually foregone the Mandel Brick conversation, the Mandel Brick fight, I mean, they would have had so much loot to work with.
That's why we make the argument now that with this new format that you can kind of just play multiple ways. You can kind of just play for the loot because that will net you some points to kind of help you out on the leaderboard itself. Because you're no longer really scored on how many mana bricks you've been able to directly pick up. Of course, the mana brick's going to help you on the points on the leaderboard, but it's not a category anymore. So if you're able to somehow, some way, I mean, listen, it's going to be pretty much impossible, but let's think about it. If a mana brick decoding here in round number 2 is worth 12 points, if for whatever reason a team was able to pick up 24 mil in alloys here, then yeah, that would pretty much be worth the same, or 12 kills, right? So I have 2 different ways to look at it. Again, I don't think I've ever seen anybody cross pretty much like that 10 mil point on a single player, and that's been like on a Space City where everybody's like got gold and gold ammo and decked out weapons that they were able to extract with. So very, very hard to, of course, approach giant numbers like that, especially when some of the higher end reds are actually not in competitive, like your Heart of Africa. But yeah, just a kind of different way to think about it. And now that we're down to 9 minutes, I have absolutely zero hope for this mana brick being decoded. None.
Well, if it's not for the Mandel Brick, Vivid, at least for the airdrop, and Skydie is very close to it. He's looking to pounce on it in just a second. Meanwhile, though, Reign and NBA, they've got history. Going back to 0 down, NBA took down Reign, eliminated their hopes and chances of leaving 0 down with a decent amount of points. Now, they might run into each other again, but will history repeat itself and NBA take down Reign, or Reign get revenge? And for Skydie, still maintaining a position around the airdrop. He doesn't want to go for it just yet. He doesn't know who's going to be around him. And then if you transition to obviously 6VN, they've got everybody around them, DS included. Airdrop just off to their left. Still maybe holding out hope that they go for the Mandel Brick, but in the meantime, it's been all a standstill. Nobody taking any form of action outside of, like I said, NBA posturing for the new airdrop. But they're so worried about Reign. But unbeknownst to Reign, Vivid, they do have a 3v2. If they were to push into Evan and Buldo, they would have the man advantage.
Very good shout there, as you can see it just a little bit in the top left map view. That number 1 that is white over there towards the mana brick, that's Skydie off in the distance. So he's playing a little bit aggro towards that mana brick. Some shots kind of exchanged here from Evan, but those were seemingly just warning shots, as the utility does quickly follow as well to play a little bit defensive. Gotta be careful though here, because the is on the other side, so if NBA they slip up for just a moment, that one single shot from that sniper rifle will change the tides of the entire Brakkesh for them. And honestly, for 6VN, taking a look at these positions, I mean, their operators, they do have the D-Wolf, right? They do have the Saniva in tow, so I feel like there is a play for them to kind of be made. And the reason why I'm calling 6VN out is because they're kind of the closest ones to a decoding station hold. That thought, though, is NBA now under a lot of pressure.
That's right. Reign starting to push up, take the pressure onto the NBA side of things. Slow it down just for a moment of time. LDS, you see them up ahead. Now, there is quite a bit of distance between them and NBA, but NBA is once again, just like on Zero Down, they're going to be pincered between two rosters of LDS and Rain. And then if 6VN does decide with their solo to push up, NBA can be put into the blender. And Rain, they're not slowing down. They continue to ramp up the pressure, pushing forward. NBA in a very deadly spot. Skydy's been to solo, hovering around this airdrop, and I'm convinced at this point that he's been setting up a trap as opposed to actually wanting to get the airdrop for himself.
Yes, Skydy over there with a marksman rifle, so he could potentially play spoiler to the approach there from Rain. But hold up, DS have actually opted to go ahead and re-pick up that Mando brick now, and they're trying to go ahead and use the D-Wolf ultimate to make a run over towards the market area decoding station. But Blade is going to go ahead and catch out one of their members before they're able to make it all the way over there. DS are trying to go ahead and reset, trying to go ahead and play for the rest. But take a look at this. They have kind of just sent out a beacon to all of the teams around the map. Hey, try to go ahead and stop us as LFO now try to go ahead and join the mix to try to prevent them from making their way over to the decoding station. And listen, I gotta call out all these teams right now. It kind of feels like they're all playing to not lose rather than to win. I mean, DS obviously trying to make something happen, but all the other teams not really doing anything until another team actually tries to win for themselves.
That's qualifiers, and that's one of the negative things about qualifiers. When you're in that qualification mindset, it really is a heavy burden on the mind, right? I mean, to think about being top spot, you've got to be flawless, not make a mistake, but the reality is once you move on to the next stage, you've got to be the aggressor. You've got to be the one who's not shy to take the fight, because the other teams who are already there, they're not going to be shy at all. They're going to be willing to push into you. Qualification teams, or qualifier teams rather, sometimes they can be a bit too timid. Now, with all of that you just broke down taking place, the Mando break on the move, DS getting taken down, or at least one of them momentarily getting dropped by 6VN, this is actually great for NBA, because now Reyna's backed away, LDS is also rotated out, and NBA is free and clear to operate as they wanted to. But the big engagements are here on your screen, what we were just looking at up top with DS, as well as LFO. But as far as the Mando break goes, again, I just don't see it getting decoded this round.
Yep, once more, a very similar story to what we kind of saw from Zero Dam. But hold up, take a look at this. DS. The carbon fiber being found there. That's going to be 2 mil in alloy. And the cool thing about the carbon fiber, of course, is going to be that 3x3. So that is going to be able to be extracted no matter what happens, because it's going to be kept safe in that safe box. So great little find there for DS, potentially getting rewarded here, pseudily at least, by their efforts to go ahead and try to decode this Mando brick. Still under a lot of pressure though. LFO is in close proximity.
Love this line of sight. As he looks down. Static though. But he decides to go his way. Should definitely be dead. DS once again on the move. Not amounting to much. They break off to the left. Rain is all the way up north, potentially going for an extraction. They said we're good, we're chilling, we're happy with the profits that we've got. In the meantime, 3 minutes remain. NBA finally on the move. I don't know if they were able to get the airdrop. Maybe Evan is going for it. I think Evan's going for it now.
Yep, there it is. Evan is going to start to pick up some of the loot there. You see him pick up one of the quantum drives, so just 300k, and some of the switch is actually being pulled over towards the tower area, but LFO have actually found a couple of members of 6VN. One of them was out in the open over towards that train, and another one was in the museum. And Aesthetic here is trying to go ahead and potentially secure the third one there. And you have such a big advantage. You know you just took out 2 members, and LFO were still very, very slow to approach, but finally they do go ahead and potentially hear me calling them out, so they're going to go ahead and start to play aggressively, but Blade is not going to be interested in that. And off screen, one of the members of Rain was actually able to send one of their members out via the backpack extract, but unfortunately for Blade, he runs into the loving and welcoming arms of LDS, and 6VN is going to be the full squad wiped out of Brakkesh here.
And Rain will continue to fight across the side of DS as they start to split up. Rain looking relatively healthy despite only 2 players being here. Like you mentioned, the extraction. We did lose 6V in just a little bit ago. They're now completely out, which is unfortunate for them. They didn't have a great round number 1. Round number 2 doesn't go their way either. They're definitely going to be on the bottom of the standings whenever those pull up, at least unofficially. That's what I'm saying. Now with just 2 minutes up. LDS did send Kazooks, who's going to be now over in Tower, potentially going for another extraction over there, and maybe some unforeseen loot. And for NBA and LDS, they part ways by the street. So that's another fight that might be going underway, as well as Rain and DS, who's currently embroiled in this fight that's been taking so long. Astray, good shots, though. And MXKX, who had a really, really good showing on map number 1, despite them getting eliminated by NBA, continues to hit some wonderful shots. As time runs out, the final eliminations are going to start coming through. And again, every elim is going to be a point, so these fights do mean a lot. And for NBA, they managed to win their fight once again. They're 2 for 2 when it comes to big fights on the main broadcast.
Yeah, actually those fights right there, those kills for NBA, they meant a lot because they were very, very close. I mean, they had 0 kills before they found those 2 right there. And again, they came into this one, they were the team in the lead, so kind of to maintain that lead, they needed to find some kills like that. It's a great little effort here in the last and final moments of Brakkesh from NBA. They could potentially find even more here if LFO decide to go ahead, or at least decide to go ahead and potentially try to find kills of their own. We'll have to see if Skydie is going to be aware of this, but Skydie's not. Buldo is, as Buldo actually gets cut down by Aesthetic right there. So LFO, the numbers advantage, 3v2. What can Skydie and Evan do?
They're going to be repositioning, pushing up. I love this off angle, though, from Bazooka. Army is going to be able to spot out whoever's going to be up ahead. Good mark. This gives a chance maybe for them to push up and take advantage. But only 15 seconds remain. Can't afford to stay back. Good mark. Skydie wants to take advantage of it by pushing forward. Skydie will get the drop onto Bazooka. Well done from him. In the meantime, though, DS still in this fight against Rain, and it looks like Skydie is also going to take down yet another. Skydie is just simply that guy time is done with, and I think NBA walks out with it, at least 4 points when it comes to eliminations, which arguably should keep them in first place.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, very, very surprised kind of see how this one was playing out. I wasn't sure how the Man in Brick rounds were going to go with a new format. Can't lie, very, very disappointed so far. We did not even see that Man in Brick get placed into the coding station. Of course, the likes of DS, they tried to make an effort, go ahead and place it over towards that market area decoding station, but when they actually made the run for it, there's only like 6 minutes actually remaining in the match, and some of the efforts of some of our other teams to actually go ahead and defend that station, nothing was actually able to be found. And yeah, I think all in all, we probably saw more points secured on Zero Dam than we actually just did in round number 2. So that leaderboard is not going to shift a lot. Of course, I would expect NBA to kind of remain towards the top with a couple of points they were able to find on Brakkesh.
But with it being the first Brakkesh and another one about to be underway in round 3, it does excite me to see what adjustments are going to be made, specifically for Tower. I think Tower is a missed opportunity and a big opportunity for some teams, especially when they think about, well, typically the big fights happen in the last 4 minutes, or maybe the Mandel Brick isn't going to be as fought for as we thought they were going to be. I think Tower is a big opportunity now going into the next Brakkesh, which will be coming up after the break. Hey, we're only 2 rounds in. We've got 5 more to go from, so make sure you stay tuned. Hit the sub button if you haven't already, because we're coming back, baby, with round number 3 back to Brakkesh.
Looking oh my gosh, got it. He got it.
Why not? White holds it.
Same exact route. And Luna landed some of the utilities. They're going to be able to push knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the coding station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill onto Easy. Easy jumps onto the coding station. Rebellion finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA. No! Team Alliance.
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her.
Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. Time to move.
Rowan Walsh. Codename Rover. Class Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, the Havoc security team carrying high-value materials is key.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts in cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now? Stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
Welcome back, everybody, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers EMEA. I'm Taylor Reflections, but we're joined by Vivid 2 rounds in. 5 more to go. Round 3, Brakkesh. We go back into where we just left off. Once again, airdrop, but this time around Mandelbrick. Remember before in Season 1, Mandelbrick wasn't offered when it came to Map 3. This time around, it is, so we're going to see some early engagements, most likely, but must say, was very surprised, Vivid, of the lack of fighting once the Mandelbrick was picked up from DS's side. They had an opportunity to strike early on, much like they did on Zero Dam with the first airdrop. This time around, though, they pick up Mandelbrick. Quite literally, nothing happens. Secondary Mandelbrick, nothing happens. The teams, they've got to play to win, not to survive, like you said earlier.
Yeah, without a doubt. And one of the things that I'll be looking forward to, at least coming into round number 3 here on Brakkesh, for anybody at home that doesn't necessarily know how the spawn works, of course, they are random outside of one little rule set. You cannot get the same tier of spawn in back-to-back games. So those tier 1 spawns are usually the closest ones to the Mando Brick, of course, spawning kind of around that museum area. So the two teams that kind of spawn close to that decoding state or that initial Mando Brick spawn are not going to be the same two teams that actually spawn next to it here in round number 3. So we will see some different teams have the opportunity to kind of make something happen with the Mando Brick in early stages here of round number 3. So hopefully just straight up having different teams closest to that Mando Brick spawn will actually switch up the way that we will see this Brakkesh round number 3 play out.
Well, what about Tower, Vivid? That was one of the things that wasn't fought for. Traditionally, Tower is fought for a lot. This, or at least map 2, we didn't see it at all.
Yeah, Tower is actually usually one of the... So obviously two teams kind of spawn over by the Tower area. We do usually see sometimes at least one of those teams take full advantage of the fact it's like, hey, we kind of expect the other team to run towards the Mando Brick because that is the most valuable thing on the map. So one team usually actually takes advantage of that, loots the entirety of Tower. It probably takes them about like 5 minutes or whatever, and then they make their way over towards all of the action. But in round number 2, yeah, pretty much nobody took advantage of any of the loot. Obviously, we did see one of the members make their way down there in the last couple of minutes remaining of the game there. I think that was the likes of LDS, any one of their members. But again, they only had a couple minutes to actually loot up some of the Tower. And we keep talking about it, these squad points, they're more and more important this time around. Loot can, of course, help you build up those squad points. So I was very, very surprised to see not at least a little bit more of a priority over that Tower area.
Yeah, definitely so. But this time around, I think teams should be taking note of it. Taking note of the fact that, well, the Mando Brick, teams are picking it up, but they're not necessarily committing for the decoding of it. Therefore, maybe looting up is the best strategy, especially early on. If a Mando Brick decoding does happen, okay, then we can readjust. We understand it's probably going to be touched a couple of times. It gives us an opportunity to get in there, maybe third party. But yeah, I think looting is going to be incredibly important, especially for Tower. And I think we will see teams readjust for that strategy. And I think it's going to be more of a focal point as it traditionally is for sure. But who knows? It's a new format. It's a new season. It's qualifiers after all. You know, NBA Mando Brick addicts, we know them quite well. The others, we don't necessarily know. It's open qualifiers to get to this point. So everybody's trying to make a name for themselves. But going back to NBA, they have played kind of uncharacteristically, Vivid, at least from what I'm used to seeing from them, because they are traditionally a pretty aggressive team. But I feel like they're parking the bus now more so than they ever have. And I almost think their strategy, I think a Mando Brick for them is going to be maybe a couple maps in. So we're talking maybe map 4, map 5. But I think for now, they're satisfied with just picking up a couple of kills as the game goes on. And that's really been where they've been getting the bulk of their points.
I mean, so far it is working out for them. It's hard to kind of argue with the strategy of a team that is actually in first place. Obviously, it's no actual lead that means much right now. It's only a couple of points. But yeah, if they just continue doing what they have been doing and all the other teams continue to do what they're doing, then at the end of it, 7 games, NBA will be in first place and they'll be the team that goes ahead and qualifies. So a lot to kind of play for here. That being said, I'm very, very interested to kind of see how things change coming into round number 3 here. And one of those changes that I'm going to be seeing here is NBA. They actually go ahead and opt to bring in their Tempest. Now, in Season 1 of Rise series, Tempest was pretty much the staple of actually making anything happen around the map. So seeing a Tempest here, after watching round number 2, gets my high hopes up just a little bit. Thinking about, man, NBA, they might be thinking about that Mando Brick. They might be kind of calling on some action from all of our other teams.
Well, you don't want it to go to waste. Like you mentioned, there's only a limited amount of times that you can use each operator. So typically when you see a Tempest come out, you have to, take action. You can't just play passively like they have been, and already off the rip, something's caught your eye.
Tier 1 spawn here for NBA. They're actually going to get the museum spawn. And remember how I talked about it? SVN was kind of in this similar position. But the reason why this museum spawn is so good is because of the decoding station that's in museum. So for NBA, they can kind of use their Tempest off from the inside here and fight for that initial spawn. And then they're immediately onto a decoding station. And this is a pretty common spot here over towards museum to kind of see teams actually go ahead and try to make something happen. So they kind of picked the right opportunity here to actually bring in that Tempest. So good call from the likes of NBA. But we're going to have to see they can actually make something happen out of it.
That's true. And if there's any team that I would expect to make something happen from it, it would be NBA. And having the tier 1 spawn is going to be big for them. Mandelbrick is up, and the question is, do they grab it? Side note, though, just to kind of catch you up to speed, we talked a lot about Tower. DS is going to be the only team down there so far. So going back to the conversation we had before heading into this round 3 on Brakkesh was, would anybody take advantage of the Tower spawn, understanding that the Mandelbrick isn't necessarily fought for as hard as it should be? Well, DS answered that question by going down there, and they have the opportunity to walk away with a considerable amount of loot. Now, unofficially, DS should be in a pretty decent spot right now, just behind that of NBA in second place. That's all unofficial, of course, but I do believe it's NBA in first, DS in second. But for NBA, already getting pressured by LFO, and Bazooka's been the guy on my watch list. Bazooka, he loves to lead the charge and push forward onto teams and fights, and he looks to be doing the same here against NBA. He's going to be the one that I'm expecting to open up some doors from LFO if doors are going to be opened against NBA. He's going to be so strong in that fight either way.
You got to keep a close eye, though, over towards this museum area and NBA specifically, because that 16-minute mark, whenever you see it actually activate, up there towards the top of the screen, it's a very important little note because that's when the Tempest Ult becomes available. And sure enough, Skydie activates the Tempest Ult, picks up the mana brick, and just going to take those robes back. This is exactly what I talked about. We've seen it time and time before. Skydie picks up the mana brick, takes the Tempest robes back, and then they are immediately on to a decoding station. So NBA, our first place team, is now threatening to go ahead and capture a mana brick here, and this will be a 13 squad points for them if they're able to pick it up. But DS, again, gotta go ahead and call them out, man. They just play into whatever kind of spawn they get, whatever position they're in. They're looting tower, and they get that 2 million alloy painting that it can, of course, be kept safe. But Evan, oh my gosh, he had no idea Azu was there. I mean, maybe he had a small little inkling, but fully aware of it, and it's going to cut down the efforts of 6VN very, very early. I mean, man, NBA are looking good off the start.
Yeah, they are, man. Their shots are hitting. And NBA going for the first decoding process for when it comes to our Rise Series 2, or Series Season 2, excuse me. First time we've seen anybody take initiative. It's only the second opportunity, but even still, I was honestly convinced we might not see it once. But I knew for NBA, they were going to be the first team to make the attempt for it because they're Mandelbrick addicts for a reason. They are veterans for a reason. They have all that experience. And that first drop is huge. Now, I talked about the scaling scale whenever it came down to the Mandelbrick. And in this case, because we are, in fact, on round 3, 13 points. 13 points will be awarded to the team that successfully decodes a Mandelbrick. Because it's match point, 40 points is what you want to hit. And for Mandelbrick addicts, getting 13 points should arguably put them around 30 or so. Maybe even over 30, depending on the eliminations they're able to get, which means they could arguably hit match point going into round 4. That's how much this Mandelbrick decoding means. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, but still plenty of teams surrounding them. The question is, who wants to pounce first?
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult. I mean, we've obviously got some little extra information here on the side. I mean, we're Fox and Zoo because we have constant view of the map. 5 teams are actually surrounding Museum right now. Of course, we do know 6VN is chopped down to just 2 members there, so the only team that is not here right now currently is the likes of DS. They're still in tower. They're still picking up all of those reds. They're completely content. As you can see, their profits are now up to 4 million, which has been effectively worth, 2 points. So won't necessarily be worth as many as this Mandelbrick, of course, like Reflections mentioned. 13 points there. But again, still trying to make some efforts happen on the leaderboard as the likes of DS. LDS kind of off to the side now. They've went ahead and opted to repossession, and they're potentially thinking about the airdrop because that will be spawning in close proximity to where they are currently poised and set up.
Yeah, they don't have enough opportunity or time, maybe even enough information to get up there and challenge the current 3 teams that are, well, really 4 teams if you count 6VN surrounding the Mandelbrick. So they'll settle with the airdrop, and I think that's smart. But time is running short. And the decoding process is going to happen in about a minute's time. And that's why you can see a lot of movement up ahead of you, specifically from 6VN. But Boldo has a beautiful line of sight. And for 6VN, they just simply cannot attack in the way that they were wanting to attack. Vivid, I think this is going to be a free and clear decoding. NBA, they're hitting their great shots. They've got all lines of sights locked in. They set up a perfect plan. They got it quick enough to the point where teams weren't necessarily ready to fight at the decoding station. But if they're ever going to make an attempt, it's going to be a static from LFO, and he's going for it.
That being said, though, NBA, they still have a lot of utility to kind of utilize to thwart these attacks because they really haven't had to use any so far. Kind of just been standing on the decoding station, so Evan and those triple blasters are going to go ahead and slow down LFO for just a little bit. And now the smokes are going to do the exact same, and with only 10 seconds remaining, NBA, their utility has been kind of thrown out. Go ahead and just stop all of these teams. I think they have a Skydee getting aggressive on the back foot of the Tempestal being available once more. He's trying to run down some of the teams, but he has done enough. He doesn't need the kills as NBA go ahead and extract the Mandabrick, and they're going to get 13 points.
That's big for them. I mean, quite literally, basically not challenged. 6VN gave a chance when they were going up the stairwell, but instantly beamed down. Because of that, 6VN pumps the brakes in a big way. You do have LFO that makes a last-second attempt, but you can tell from the line of sight, like Vivid, they didn't even want to even make an attempt. They wanted to at least get an early knock. NBA's not going to be over-aggressive. They're not going to overexpose themselves. And LFO, because they didn't get that opportunity, they just didn't feel confident to move up. But the fights will continue, Vivid, and for 6VN, they are fighting back. And I mentioned Bazooka earlier. Well, Bazooka's been dropped.
Yeah, we got to keep a close eye on how many kills NBA is able to actually go ahead and pick up, because after picked up 13 points from that mana break at 40-point threshold to activate match point for them will start to be things that we need to think about. LFO, though, chopped down to just a single member, and amongst all of the chaos, actually, DS, they left Tower. I think they were making their way over towards Museum, and I think it was Team Rain kind of waiting in the wings, kind of had a little bit of a trap set. So unfortunately, Team DS, they were eliminated amongst all of the things happening around the museum area. But a full reset now. None of our teams kind of moving. None of them willing to make a single bit of noise.
And just to make one final note of Rain, one thing that they've done so very well, in my opinion, is choke points. Cutting off teams in rotation. Caught glimpses of it on Zero Down in round number 1. Brakkesh a little bit too. You know, they were applying that pressure onto the north side, actually almost identical to where they're currently at, where NBA was posted up. Rain does a really good job at just executing under pressure and delivering pressure to the teams that they're going against, but all that is kind of pointless. If you don't surpass 40 points, NBA have such a big lead now. That Mando Brick was big for them. And they're not done yet. You said it best. Got to focus on how many kills they're able to get. And there's still plenty of opportunities. LDS around 6VN still has some members in the vicinity. They lost one, but that's okay. They still got 2 more. And not to, also to take into account, you got the airdrop that's just going to be up to the north. That's going to be another fight that NBA is going to be able to take. I mean, they are head and shoulders above the competition currently.
By the way, for everybody at home here, I do have a little bit of a leaderboard on the side here that's live updating for me in Reflections. 30 points is where NBA are at right now. So they would actually have to do a lot more in this specific match to actually go ahead and reach 40. So I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. That being said, though, the closer they get to it, the easier it will be for them to get to 40 in some of the following games here. Ooh. Okay. Not a red that you see every day there. It's being picked up by Blade. 2.3 mil to kind of help out them in their situation, as remember, they are just a duo right now, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. But yeah, I mean, 30 points, NBA would probably have to get so much loot and so many kills in this game, and then probably extract as well, because remember, that total asset is actually live updating, right? If you lose some of your guns and your value in a game, you can actually lose some points from that. But for the time being, team's trying to go ahead and deny the loot from the helicopter airdrop.
A lot of chaos around. Rain also moving in. Power just fine with the flames, no worries. NBA finally starting to move up a bit. LDS still just below them. There's really not a rush in this case for NBA. They can take their time. I know there's only 7.5 minutes remaining. It's not a terrible amount of time, but for them, they're doing just fine. Good shot. to knock down one from Rain. LDS, do they take advantage of this? I think they do. Maybe they push up to try and get the finish. MKX has already taken his teammate, taking him upstairs to try and get the revive. For LDS, they are taking a little bit of time. And MXKX had a choke point on the stairwell, decides to give that up, isolates his other teammate. And I think Rain might be put into the blender, but then again, from a distance, there is going to be one laying down some cover fire, but he's now by himself, and he's choosing to push forward.
Yeah, the unfortunate part there for the likes of Rain is that they only had 2 members actually in this building. Their third was off to the distance, so Shuya here is going to have to try to make something happen. It is a 1v2, so it is going to be possible. Some of the utility available, and with the crawler nest being thrown out here, could potentially be enough. That being said, he goes ahead and opts to kind of play for some of the information, fake information that may be, as he activates the lift right there to make them think twice about where he could potentially be. The sliders can kind of help out here. The shots are kind of found for one of the kills, and he's going to go ahead and turn this into 1v2. Remember, one of those 2 members is very, very low because they have not had the opportunity to go ahead and reset. That being said, Empower now back to what feels like full HP. The heals do come in, but take a look at this. MBA is here as well. This is going to be Skitey with the Tempest ult activated. Ran out of ammo and opted for the knife, so that's going to be huge for them. And on the back foot of that, LDS, they actually get chopped down. The last remaining member of Rain finds it.
Oh my gosh, and there's so much loot. Remember, they found that 2 mil item just a little bit earlier. Plus, Rain was able to get... I think Rain was able... Because they took down DS, they got the 2 mil item. So there's still plenty of loot here. And that's dangerous for anybody looking at NBA's score count, now at 31. More eliminations maybe to come. If they can somehow finish off this fight, pick up all of that loot, that's what, at least 2 more additional points based off of loot that they're able to accumulate. Maybe even 3. That's a big come up and a big opportunity for Shua. He's already backed away from Rain. He tried to be the hero, and at one point it was looking like he was going to be, but he's forced to stay alive. I mean, 2 million is still a point, right? So if he can get out, or at least try to extract, which he might be able to do so very shortly, I mean, that's still decent for Rain, who had a great game and arguably should be in second place.
NBA finding some of the kills there and finding some of the loot. They're now up to 33 points, so they are obviously close to the museum area, which is going to have those switches, but unfortunately for them, SVN have actually taken advantage of the fact that they know NBA left, so they've gone ahead and snuck into the museum. So they will have a lot of control over the map. Again, the reason why I mentioned that, Brakkesh do have a couple of conditionals, backpack kind of being one of the very, very common ones to be used, but of course the switch is being required to be pulled for you and your fellow teammates to actually make it out alive as a full squad. Those switches are going to mean a lot in the museum area. There's Solo over here. Yes, still trying to kind of make something happen, see if he can eventually get one more pick on the NBA. This is way out, but I personally would probably, if I was on Team Rain, probably be telling Shuya to potentially go towards backpack, but again, it's hard to argue against playing for the kills because they're just worth so many.
Shua fight from a distance, shut down, and therefore the hopes and dreams of Rain getting away with more of this game. Ball to the wayside. Still not a bad game for them, but all eyes on NBA as they have had quite literally a flawless round number 3. Brakkesh, round 2 was disappointing. Mandelbrick was fought for twice, but nobody really gave it their all. Nobody put their heart into it. This time around, though, NBA takes big advantage. And they should be able to finish off the remaining players, despite some stragglers. 6v and being on the outside. Although Blade does have this off angle, he can make things weird for NBA.
Gotta tell you, with all the loot and some of the kills that NBA were able to pick up, 36 points is where they're at right now. I don't think there's enough opportunity for them to actually go ahead and hit 40 here. I mean, you have to pick up the 3 kills, and then there's no way for them to actually go ahead and pick up the extract. Oh my gosh, Skitey finds Blade? Remember, 6vn, we're kind of waiting in the wings to make something happen, and again, 6vn, they're just kind of waiting for NBA to run in their crosshairs, and NBA are not caught off guard enough to go ahead and have them wiped out. So with those 2 kills, they're at 38 points now. I'm trying to go ahead and give everybody at home the live updated leaderboard. Remember, if they're able to hit 40 points this game for the rest of the games that we play today, they could have end the competition early and they will just win. But I don't think they'll be able to get to 40. I mean, even if they find this kill They would then have to have all three of their members kind of extract with all the loot that they have to kind of maintain those points they were able to pick up through loot. And with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, they can't pull a switch, and they can send one out from backpack and kind of load him up with some of the loot, but barely were NBA actually stopped from getting towards that match point.
Yeah, but just comes to show how well they're dominating this lobby. Slow and steady wins the race. That was their game plan maps round 1 and round 2. Round 3, though, they came into full form. You mentioned a Tempest. We knew we were going to see something special in that case, and you cannot deny Skydie and how instrumental he has been in NBA's success playing the Tempest in round 3 on Brakkesh. I mean, beautifully done. It was the main reason why they were able to get the Mando brick extracted, get it decoded. It was another reason why they were able to take fights confidently against Rain just a little bit earlier. Beautifully done. And even if they don't hit 40, which they're not going to, I mean, still Vivid, they're in such a good spot heading into map 4 ultimately. I mean, even now they have such a big lead. Oh, and then you get another one too. Puts them up to 39. I mean, it's not possible to hit 40, right?
No, I think it'll be impossible. The problem is again, remember, so you get 2 points, or you get 1 point for every 2 mil in total stash value you have, but because they will have members here actually fail to extract, their total stash value will drop in value, because again, they brought in like this purple armor that you're seeing, or their weapons, right? And they had to purchase them, so it's currently calculating that into the equation as well. So once they actually fail to extract here and lose some of these pieces of armor and some of these weapons, I'm expecting them to drop either a point or 2 here. So yeah, it would be very hard for them to actually pick up an additional point here with just 40 seconds remaining. If there was like 3 minutes left, 4 minutes left, and they could pull an extract right now, I would be like, yeah, they would hit 40 points, probably, no doubt. But man, the rest of the competition barely scraping by. I mean, how much pressure would actually be added onto these teams going into the next game if they were able to pick up match point very early on? I mean, even the fact that we can almost guarantee that they'll hit 40 points next game unless something terrible happens to them in their strategy. But yeah, I mean, an incredible performance. Obviously, we are taking a look at the leaderboard on the left side. 39 points for NBA. Second place has 14. I mean, there is a giant gap on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, massive. This is quite devastating for everybody else out there. NBA will drop off a couple points down to 38, maybe 37. But in terms of the competition goes, like everybody else, it should be a massive wake-up call. Now, the good news is that was only round 3. We still have 4 more to go. There still is time, arguably, to come back. But NBA has got a big target on their back. But they had it going into the games, and they seemingly do not care about it whatsoever. They're playing head and shoulders above. But Vivid, I said it, man, when it comes to a qualifier, NBA is doing exactly what they need to do. They need to dominate their competition to make a fun narrative heading in to the main season.
I mean, yeah, just playing so well. And obviously, they came into the competition today. I think everybody at home probably agrees. We agree up here on the desk that NBA were without a doubt the favorites. And the fact that we're kind of seeing that, I love that. I love when the favorites kind of show up and they just stomp the competition. For me, it's so fun, because it's like, yeah, we expect these guys to do well, and they're playing well on the day that it is required for them. So much pressure qualifying to the regular season. NBA, they don't seem affected at all.
Well, Brakkesh, we might see it again, but we know for a fact we're getting Space City next. It's going to be round 4 coming your way after the break.
Looking got it.
Skyty, why not wipe whole team?
Same exact route. And Luna landed some of the utility. They're going to be able to plus knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up a second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the coding station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill on to Easy jumps on the coding station.
operators. If you're looking for more intense fights and rare rewards, welcome to Space City. Most of the high-value loot is packed into the core area, so every squad wants to get there first and claim their share. With so many spawn points, most squads risk getting picked off on the way in by teams already holding the routes to the core. Compared with the other spawn points, Dormitory is the dream spawn. If you get Dormitory, you're already holding a much better hand. A Dormitory team can clear the outer threats more easily and reach the core more safely than from any other spawn. So, how do the pros gather information and make their way into the core from Dormitory? Welcome to this episode of Play Like Pros. We're looking at how MW from the Americas region played their Week 1 group stage match in the Rise series. After spawning at Dormitory, MW split up. One player took the balcony, one watched from the top of the second floor stairs, and one held the bottom to track the other teams. From the balcony, Rapid SSJ spotted the Westgate squad heading for the swipe point and fired a Volt Arrow to disrupt them. But TN, who spawned at Westgate, made the smart call and smoked the spot above the blue car. Crisp handled the car, then fell back beside the blue car to avoid Rapid SSJ's Volt Arrow and the spray coming through the smoke. Before the smoke cleared, TN was already out through the Westgate. MW didn't get a knock, but they got the information they needed. The Central Command and Westgate squads, the two teams that could threaten Dormitory, were already moving into the core area. That meant Dormitory was temporarily safe. So MW took Employee Passage 1, got through the card reader, and entered the core area at their own pace. Of course, a dual route approach is another option. Let's take a look at how SSG from America's region handled it. Right from the start, Kills All took up position above the stairs and landed heavy damage on NTMR as they came out from Central Command. Meanwhile, Skies and Too Easy headed to the balcony together to track the Westgate squad's movements. After confirming that both the Westgate and Central Command squads had cleared out, SSG made a bold call. Assault Kills All would push through Employee Passage 1 alone. Intel Too Easy and Support Skies would trail the Westgate squad instead. By approaching from two different angles, SSG created a crossfire setup. They systematically cleared the area and only advanced into buoyancy once they knew the route was completely safe. With that intel, SSG figured out that MW was heading for the decode point in the middle of Central Command's sand area via Employee Passage 2. Skies and Kills All moved quickly to hold the Central Command bridge. Meanwhile, Too Easy held the guard, acting as a wall to pin down squads in the core area and keep them from supporting their teammates. With both guns working in sync, SSG ripped the Mandel brick straight out of MW's hands and locked in the win. Looking at these pro teams, we can see that Dormitory spawns tend to favor the same 3 hold points. The balcony gives you a clear view of the entire Westgate and lets you track every squad moving through it. From the top of the second floor stairs, you can watch the teams crossing Central Command Bridge and entering Employee Passage 2. From the bottom of the first floor stairs, you can watch the Westgate and catch any squad trying to push up the left side stairs. That's it for this episode of Play Like Pros. We hope you operators have a great haul in Space City.
Welcome back, everyone, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers EMEA. Update, Mandel Brick Addicts, they're looking great. They're currently in first place, nearly, 2-3 points away from reaching match point, therefore being eligible to close this out. All they would need is to reach match point and then get the Mandel Brick. So, theoretically, our tournament can end over the next 2 maps, but we are guaranteed at least one more for sure, given there were at least 2 more, excuse me. Because like I said, NBA, they need a couple of points. Now, Vivid, for the others, though, like Rain, for example, currently in second place, and anybody else below them, they've got a lot of work to do to catch up.
Well, here's the thing that's kind of cool about how all this is played out. Again, we just saw NBA have an absolute incredible rise up the leaderboard, right? I mean, they probably picked up 20, 25 points that game alone. It was absolutely incredible. Any other team could do the exact same to kind of keep them in contention. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard here. Mana Brick Addictions, of course, we kind of talked about it. 38 points were secured for them. A bunch of them being the kill points, and then, of course, being helped out by them decoding that Mando Brick.
Man, 38-14 is insanity to say the least, brother. Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit for Rain, Darkside, and anybody else to kind of catch up in this case. And like you pointed out, rightly so, Mandel Brick points getting 13. That's big. It's going to be, what, I think 14 now going into round number 4. It only scales up as the tournament continues on, which gives an opportunity to come back, and come back is going to be needed for Rain, Darkside, and the rest of the others. Not going to be easy by any means. Even in terms of eliminations, dwarfing everyone with 14 to the 8 of Rain on down. NBA looking like the veterans that they are, looking like the team we expected them to be. But I'm still holding out for DS. I think DS has been playing quite well. They got wiped out map number 3. I've got good faith that they're going to be able to come back and do quite well. We move into Space City, though, coming up next, and you notice no airdrops being fought for the remainder of our tournament. However, Mando bricks all around for everybody to take. And if you're Rain or anybody else below them, you're going to have to take it, brother, because you need those points desperately.
Space City, though, here's the tough thing about Space City. Once you actually make it over towards Space City, remember how we were kind of talking about Brakkesh? Oh, you could play for so many different things. You could play for all the loot in Tower of Babel, or you can play for the airdrops that are kind of spawning around, or you can even, kind of play for the helicopter. Space City really, really struggles to find any value for a lot of these teams inside of the competitive side of things, outside of the mana brick. So I feel like everything should now be centered around the mana brick for a majority of the teams. Of course, there are still, a couple of saves here and there in the center of the map, but yeah, Space City, when it comes down to these mana brick rounds, it really does feel like it just should be all in for the mana bricks here on throughout, especially when it comes down to Space City. The spawns are going to play a big part on Space City as well, as it always has in the past. So we'll have to see who's able to go ahead and pick up some of those tier 1 spawns and make it over towards that mana brick spawn initially. And I'll be very, very interested to kind of see what operators our teams actually go ahead and opt to bring in here. It's very, very frequent and common, or at least in Season 1 it was at least, that as soon as we hit Space City, that is when the Tempest started to get invested quite heavily. So will any of our teams start to go ahead and copy the strategy that NBA kind of employed in that third round, that second round of Brakkesh? They brought in the Tempest, potentially catching some of the teams off guard, which kind of allowed them to have so much control for the rest of the game.
If I'm Rain or DS, yeah, Tempest is imperative here. I mean, you're thinking 14 points for getting the decoding process. For Rain, that could put them right back into the driving seat. They're still going to be behind NBA naturally, but it at least creates a conversation that maybe they can catch up to Mando Brick addicts. Because even with NBA, let's say, for example, they do not get another Mando Brick, we go all 7 maps, like, arguably they could have such a tremendous point lead that nobody's going to be able to catch up, even with the 20-point Mando Brick bonus going into map number 7. But you're right, for the Tempest, I think it's now or never. This is the time to bring it out. After all, you don't get a consolation prize, right, for 2nd and 3rd. It's all about 1st place. That's how you qualify to the next stage. And NBA have such a big lead that now it's do or die every single map as far as I'm concerned. Tempest is an absolute necessity. But if you're NBA, though, Vivid, I think you save the Tempest. This is not the time to use it. You just get your remaining points, you hold off, bring out the Tempest, maybe a map 5.
Yeah, for NBA here, I don't want to see them go crazy. I don't want to see them invest too heavily into this one, right? I just want to see them play around getting what feels like, 5 points. Just go ahead and cross that 40-point threshold. Make sure that even if you do fail to extract, that you still maintain all 40 of those points, because the thing is that, yeah, if these teams cross that 40-point threshold and then decode a mana brick, they will end the competition. But they cannot do so in the same exact game. So let's say NBA, they were able to go ahead and pick up, 2 points to cross that 40-point threshold and then also decode a mana brick this game. They do not win. They don't automatically end the competition. You have to be on 40 points going into the game. And Skydee with a little bit of a lineup. I don't know if I've seen that one before. I think that was going over towards employee pasture to potentially halt that team that kind of spawns over there. So a bit of a cool one from the likes of NBA, but this is a very, very freaking strategy as well. You can see DS kind of throwing some of the utility over towards Westgate. Those are actually going to be failed shock darts that did not land, but it's Rain. This is kind of like a fake out. They go ahead, they swipe the key card, but they don't actually run through Westgate. They actually hold some of their players back, hoping that DS just kind of runs forward and is caught off guard there. So again, Rain constantly setting traps like you have called on multiple times.
Smart indeed. Rain, big fan of... I wish there were 2 spots available to move on to the next stage. I really do. Naturally, the best one's going to move forward. And in this case, it might be NBA. They're head and shoulders above everybody else, but Rain would be such an exciting talking point at the highest level just to see the traps that they set. I don't view them, even now, I don't view them as like a top-level team, and I think because they kind of struggle on taking the initiative when it comes to Mando bricks or maybe fights, but I do view them as a very strategically sound roster that could make things exciting for sure. And speaking of exciting, 6v Mando brick in hand, Azu's on the move, took a little bit of damage, but stays alive. That's what matters in the end.
Quite a crazy operator to send down there as well. I mean, if you take a look at their comp, they didn't really have a good option there, but I mean, sending a Shepherd or even like a Nox in that scenario, both are very, very tough to actually make it past. But unfortunately for them, MBA are actually waiting on this decoding station. 6VN would love to kind of make their way over towards this black chamber decoding station, but because MBA is already here, 6VN are going to be forced to go ahead and play a little bit passive. But Scotty's looking for the angle, and the angle indeed, he finds it. That's going to be Blade Knock. And now MBA, your team in first place, are on the hunt for 6VN and the Mando brick.
Scary stuff indeed. Again, just getting the point lead. Look, if you can get this decoding, you go walk away with 14 additional points. You're what, 50 plus to 15? Come on, there's no way you're not qualifying. NBA looking solid so far, but kill feed starting to light up, and LFO is putting in work.
LFO trying to make something happen here. I think they have a Tempest of their own that they were trying to kind of find some kills with. Got to be very, very careful, though, because you can see it on the left side of your screen. NBA now just 2 members, so they got to go ahead and reset here. It looks like Skydee is going to go ahead and pick up Evan off in the distance there, so they're going to be fine and dandy. Nothing to kind of worry about. You can see their total score on the left side. They have hit 40 points. But they're not guaranteed to be on 40 points when this game does end, because if they kind of fail to extract it right now, if they all go down, then they'll lose the value of all of the weapons and the armor that they kind of brought in, so they'll probably lose like a point again like they did in the last game. So I need to see NBA at least pick up 1 or 2 more points, and then I'll feel pretty confident about mentioning that they'll probably be on match point going into the next game.
Yep.
We'll have to see what they play for.
Let's see. I mean, really, the world is their oyster, brother. They got all the opportunities before them.
The enemy got the Mando brick.
The shots won't amount to much. Yeah, so, speaking of Tempest, though, yeah, it was LFO and LDS. They both respectively got a Tempest, which arguably means they should be pretty aggressive here. You know, that's what makes it exciting, looking at LFO taking these fights to 6VN, who initially got the Mando brick, but NBA, Mando brick in hand, they picked it up, they're on the move, and this is a team that doesn't like to slow down, and they're not going to slow down. Already starting the decoding process. If I'm anybody in this lobby, Vivid, anyone at all, I am throwing everything I possibly can, all strategies, all bodies, straight ahead, to just stop NBA from getting this Mando brick, because arguably, that is a death sentence when it comes to points. When you're talking about just 7 maps played, NBA is going to have such a big lead that it might be impossible to catch up to them. So if I'm LFO or any of the other rosters, this is the time to strike. Do it smartly, but you have to take this opportunity. You cannot allow NBA to get this Mando brick.
Yeah, for NBA, obviously, it's about securing the points for them. But when you think about it, decoding this Mando brick is also about denying these Mando brick points from any other team, right? They want to keep these teams as low in the points as they possibly can to, you know, obviously, listen, guys, match point format, if they hit 40 points and then they code a Mando brick, they'll end the competition early. But that's not the only way to win. If at the end of the 7 games and nobody actually goes ahead and activates the match point format and then wins via the match point format, whoever's at the top of the leaderboard will win as well. So NBA picking up as many points as they can is still very, very important here. And already, man, time flies whenever this Mando brick is placed, because we're already down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it feels like to me they just placed it in 10 seconds ago.
That's right. Time flies, brother, because we're getting old. That's just a way to... Actually, you're not even that old, I don't think. If I'm not mistaken.
28.
I think you're pretty young.
28.
28, you come on. You got your whole life ahead of you. Me, I've got 1 foot in the grave. I'm 34, bro. It's over for me. I did an event recently, walking around, woke up in the morning, knees started hurting. I'm like, what's happening? What are we doing here? But... hey, don't give me with the oof. Hey, don't do that. Hey, don't do it. It hurts. I need sympathy, man, not the oof. But
did an event myself, you know, not too long ago. My knees were fine.
Right.
So
28. Okay. 28. You're young, man. But Either way, man, things are looking exciting for NBA, and you're right, time has flown by, now below 2 minutes, but teams are starting to converge on the location of the Mandelbrick. Now, one thing NBA did incredibly well, last map on Brakkesh, they held it down strong. Nobody was able to even get close to touching it for themselves. As soon as you would overexpose yourself in a stairway or through an alleyway or through a hallway, Skydee was there to gun you down, right? You can look at Boldo, Evan too. They all three, they've got the gunny. But you got to touch it. You've got to get there in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And LFO is diving in. Karma going for the touch themselves. And thankfully, we finally get a battle for the Mandelbrick for the first time.
There it is. The steal does come in. But I like this from NBA, right? They weren't invested in actually defending that initial decode for them because remember, they got to be thinking about those scores. They want to go ahead and cross that 40-point threshold, so fighting for it is a little bit risky. They just want to kind of find a straggler here and there to pick up a couple of extra points, but take a look at this. Rain, they find a straggler of their own. Unfortunately for Bazooka, he's going to be on the receiving end of that one, and LFO, the team that kind of contested for the mana break, is going to be chopped down to just 2 members remaining.
Well, the good news is they still have their Tempest alive, so maybe there is a chance for them to make some funky plays with the Tempest. After all, they did commit for it. This would be a big come-up for LFO. We're talking 14 points for decoding the Mandelbrick, and they need it. Currently at the bottom, you can see the scoreboard. They're at 7. So this would be a major come-up. Still a lot of work needing to be done to catch up to NBA, but it is a start nonetheless. And you brought up wisely, Vivid, about denying points. LFO arguably would be denying big points for all the other rosters, including NBA. So if LFO can hold on with just 2 players, that would be miraculous, but it would be much needed.
Mento going to try to go ahead and secure some of this loot, but DS were actually waiting in the wings. So unfortunately for Rain, their initial strategy here of kind of approaching the Black Chamber building has been stopped in its tracks. And Trixie, man, you got to hit some of these shots. That was an opportunity to potentially pick up a second kill right there for the likes of DS. My question is any one of these teams, and if one of these teams, which one is it going to be that actually jumps onto this decoding station and denies it for LFO? That's Skydee in the kill feed, though. He finds M-Power. I think that was the Tempest for LDS, though, so that kill is not going to be able to be secured right now for NBA, but they're getting closer and closer to trying to find one of the kills that they so desperately need.
LDS on the move themselves. The second team that invested in a Tempest. The other one, LFO, currently in control of the decoding process. DS well on the move on the outside, trying to get the remaining finishes onto this Rain roster. Rain on the outskirts, as they typically are. As far as the Mandelbrick fight goes, though, only a minute on the countdown. LFO still very much in control. NBA might be making an attempt, maybe starting to push up to get to the Mandelbrick themselves. We'll find out in just a second if that's going to be the case. And actually, Boldo does manage to get a drop onto Kazuka, so that's going to be off-screen currently happening. It is going to be NBA pushing up towards the Mandelbrick. Decoding process, just 40 seconds remaining, but they've got a chance to get it. They just got to continue to move up. In the meantime, for DS and Rain, embroiled in a fight to the death. And it is going to be Rain fully eliminated. Big wins coming out from DS.
A huge win there for DS. Not only that, but they keep all 3 of their members actually standing, so they don't have to play for any of the rests. But SVN actually catch the last 2 remaining members of LDS completely off guard. They open the door, and that's going to give them the sight line. Now Skydee's going to go ahead and try to stop the approach from 60 in here. Just a simple shock dart actually does enough damage.
I think you let him get the touch, right? Because it'll reset the timer, giving NBA an opportunity to fight for the Mandelbrick once again. Touch goes in. Evan actually takes it. Does he get it in time? He does. I mean, we're talking quite literally 3 seconds on the timer when Evan finally gets up there, but he did it just in nick of time.
Yeah, great effort there from the likes of NBA, playing for absolutely everything right now. You can see, unfortunately for them, though, a couple of their members have gone down, but they did go ahead and secure an extra kill right there, so they're on 41 points. The thing that I'm thinking about right now is how much is the loadout actually worth right now for the last remaining member of NBA, but he's going to go ahead and secure it, right? 42 points is definitely going to be enough to make sure that they're going to be on match point going into the next game. So great individual effort right now from Evan, and I mean, heck, Skydee as well. DS, numbers advantage. They're the only 3-man roster left remaining. Evan, amongst all the chaos, somehow picks up a straggler, and I think he's going to make it out alive and potentially reset.
This is where DS, they see the numbers dropping. They realize they're the only full force that can actually attack LFO. They're going to be waiting in the wings. If you're DS, this is a beautiful, beautiful opportunity. Because, again, 14 points for decoding the Mandel break. That'll put them up to 29. They'll be knocking on the door, potentially catching up to NBA. But this is their best opportunity to do so. And they get it without a fight. They're able to take the Mandel break decoding process for themselves. Now 2 minutes on the clock. But Evan is still waiting in the wings. And he has set the trap. And if DS goes through the choke point, they are cooked.
Love that play from Evan, right? Just kind of staring at one of the bodies. You know that these teams want to go ahead and loot all the bodies that are around because it's stash value. They got to be thinking about it. So great effort right there from Storm. He's got to be careful, though. Right, coming around here towards the garage area. LFO is kind of waiting. Oh, great usage of the Luna Dart right there to go ahead sniff out this play. Unfortunately for Karma, he is going to be finding shots from Storm right there. The headshots are going to land. Aesthetic now left to be a solo. This is going to be a 1v3 situation, but he finds one of the cheeky angles right there. Doesn't get the knock, but does enough damage to make them think twice, and that's going to give him enough time to go ahead and run out. But think about it. Where is Evan at? Is Evan still kind of posted up on that ladder angle up top? If he was, I think he would have been able to find Aesthetic right there. But I'm trying to look, and it looks like Evan left that angle. Fortunately for Aesthetic.
Yeah, very fortunate indeed. Perfect scenario for DS. Out of nowhere, they come in. Once the smoke is settled, they realize we're 3 strong. Everybody else, they're running on fumes. And DS takes advantage to get the Mandel break for themselves. And, of course, they still need to fully decode it, but they almost look free and clear. But NBA still lurking about. Now 2 players up.
Wow.
And with NBA, with 2 players, they can still cause a lot of damage.
And how did reses just happen on both teams, right? NBA, they got a res as well, but so does LFO. They're still in that garage, and somehow DS actually go ahead and let them get that res. Of course, it was the Stinger res, so it was, of course, going to be quite quick and hard to deny. But maybe DS is just kind of thinking about the mana brick and how important that is. Quick reminder to everybody at home, 14 points here is what this mana brick is going to be worth, and only 5 seconds remaining. DS have surely went ahead and secured this one. Their score is going to absolutely fly up. But for Evan, he was trying to make something happen here. But DS, they go ahead and not only chop down Evan, but they also find Skype.
Oh, and we got a qualifier, ladies and gentlemen. It's no longer one-sided like we feared going into map 5. No, DS has put themselves in a great opportunity to potentially catch up to NBA and make the competition fun. They started off strong. Remember, go back to 0 down. First ones to get the airdrop. They could have arguably got the second. They didn't push for it, but they at least got away with a decent game number 1. And then you look at the previous games. Yeah, it fell a little bit flat, but they still stayed competitive. But this is by far the best round we have seen from DS yet. And for NBA, they were fighting hard, but you got to appreciate DS to move in and get the 2 knocks onto NBA to ultimately take over the Mandel break for themselves. They played it perfectly, and they could still walk away with maybe 37 total points, 38 total points, which would be massive for them. Yeah, if I'm NBA, I'm starting to sweat a little bit, and I'm questioning how much do we want to invest in the next round?
Will be a question that does require answering. But before we get there, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining. DS, they for sure want to go ahead and find these kills. Outside of that, I mean, the loot is going to be very, very hard for them to go ahead and secure, right? They're not going to be able to pull out any of these extracts that allow them to extract as a full team. They can still have access to that backpack extract, but they got to be very, very careful. I mean, Aesthetic is very, very close around the corner. Are they going to double swing this? It work out perfectly for them. Some of the utility is actually thrown to go ahead and push Aesthetic back. Some of the shots actually land through the smoke, and that's going to be enough to stall him out. He's going to be stuck on this angle right now. Can his teammate actually go ahead and employ some of the help here? No, it's going to be a 3v1 situation against Aesthetic, and Karma is going to think twice about trying to pull off the 1v3.
Yeah, Karma, but he's going to have to try and fight because the pressure is too real. He falls. Question, why did Karma not initiate earlier? When Aesthetic was laying down bullets downrange, Karma arguably had a chance to pincer in LFO. You think Aesthetic still dies in that spot, but Karma could have at least got 2 down, maybe repositioned to go for the 3rd. Where was Karma at, and why didn't he initiate the fight earlier on?
Something to think about going into some of the following games here, right? Team chemistry. Taking a look at the scoreboard there, right? 38 points for DS. They can only send 1 member out through the backpack extract, and of course their safe boxes are going to help as well. I mean, it would feel like an impossible task for them to find enough loot and stack one person up with enough like weaponry and loot to send out backpack extract and then fill up 3x3s to give them what would basically be 4 mil to go ahead and pick up 2 extra points. But then you also kind of have to counter the loot that you're going to lose as well. So I don't think DS is going to be able to hit 40 points like NBA did in this game.
Bro, but if they did.
Yeah, I mean,
if they did. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. Like 2 kills is kind of the difference between a completely different conversation going into the next game.
100%. Absolutely. But even still, the conversation going into the next game is a fun one. I mean, super fun. I gotta admit, you know, with the lead that NBA had, I firmly thought we weren't going to have a competitive qualifiers. I really thought it was a wrap. I thought it was a GG. You can even hear in my commentary, I was setting up the narrative. NBA's already qualified. You know, no one's going to be able to catch up. Mathematically impossible. That was till DS pulls off a miraculous round number 4. They play it so very well. And now at 39 points, do they hit 40? Maybe, maybe not. But I mean, irregardless, though, DS has now made this super fun, very interesting. And now puts an even bigger target on the back of NBA. Because, you know, DS is one thing, but I still think, like, when people see NBA on the battlefield, they're going to put more of an emphasis in their fights against them versus they would against DS. DS could fly under the radar and arguably finish in first place.
Yeah, without a doubt. Trying to see and wait here if that threshold ever does actually encroach 40 points, but yeah, I think 39 is going to be the end number here. They're going to lose like a point or two here, probably be down to 38. Similar situation to what NBA was in just the last game. But yeah, great efforts from not only NBA but DS as well. This is going to get quite interesting going into this next game. But this is what I talked about, right? Again, we were kind of talking about it. How big of a lead NBA had. Was it possible for a team to come back? I mean, a team can have a very similar game, what NBA did in round number 3, and instantly the leaderboard just shapes up so differently. So a great round 4, our first Space City of the day, the not disappoint. I talked about it on Space City. It really does feel like in competitive, the only thing to really play for is those mana bricks, and all of our teams kind of felt very, very similar.
Yeah, you know, at least when we think about Season 2, it started off slow, like very painfully slow. However, it's picked up in a big way, and I think we're seeing more fights and more chaos compared to the Season 1, and who knows what the next map is going to bring. We head back into Space City, another fight for the Mandel Brick, but this time around, one team has already surpassed match point, which means they can win. If they get the next Mandel Brick, talking about NBA, they close this out. They're in first place. They move on to the next stage. We don't even see the remaining 2 maps. However, if DS can somehow, someway shut NBA down or even get a Mandel Brick for themselves, they'll be above 40 points. They'll also have an opportunity to close it out in the next map. For NBA, can they do it in 1? Or are we going to go all the way to 7? That's a question only the competitors can answer. Coming back, we head back into Space City. Don't go anywhere.
Looking got it.
He got it. Sky team. Why not? White hole team.
Same exact route. And Luna landed some of the utilities. They're going to be able to flush him off. Nano lands some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the coding station, he wants to do just that. Jumps onto the coding station. Rebellion finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA. No. Team Alliance.
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts in cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now? Stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her.
Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. It's time to move.
Rowan Walsh. Codename Rover. Class Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, having security team carrying high-value materials is key.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Welcome back, everyone, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers. This is EMEA. We're going to have Americas in just a little bit later on today, but as far as EMEA goes, it was looking very one-sided until the last round, which was incredibly exciting. DS getting the Mandel Brick, being the final team standing, puts themselves, what I want to say, about 8 points away from catching up to NBA, which, at one point, Vivid, that seemed like an impossibility.
Yeah, I mean, NBA have absolutely stomped throughout the day so far, but the leaderboard does not tell the full story as DS is still very, very close behind. That being said, I mean, we've been throwing a lot of praise towards DS and their way as well. Obviously, before that game, they weren't necessarily up there on the leaderboard to match NBA, but they've just been playing so well. Any single time that they've been given an opportunity to play around, whatever it may be, they have taken full advantage. So it's great to kind of see DS fly up the leaderboard and keep themselves in contention to go ahead and actually win this thing. So now, talking about winning this thing, what the heck are we doing here today, guys? We are trying to qualify for the regular season of the Rise Series Season 2. The only way to do that is left remaining out of the Open Qualifier is to get first place here today. Only one team can go through that is currently playing, so there is a lot of pressure on all 6 of these teams, but EMEA is sitting in a pretty comfortable spot to do just that.
Comfortable for now, anyways. They are, in fact, on match point. 40-point threshold. That was surpassed just last round for EMEA, which means they now need to decode a Mandelbrick. Well, they don't necessarily need to. There's a cap at 7 games, but if they can decode the next Mandelbrick, they win. It's over with. They get first place. They move on. You notice the NPR 4. Match point round 4, that's what they got it. Hey, I'm learning about the graphics here too, and it's awesome to see. All right, we're keeping you all informed. Now, for Darkside and on down for DS, we've been talking about 36 points is big for them. They haven't surpassed the 40-point threshold, but they put themselves within striking distance of EMEA. And coming up next, the Mandelbrick is going to be worth 15 points. So DS can easily surpass EMEA and put themselves in match point, making round 6 a do or die for both EMEA as well as Darkside. But for the rest, Vivid, for Rain, 6v, I don't know. Is there an opportunity? You can make the argument for Rain, right? I mean, if they get the Mandelbrick 15 points, put them above 30 plus the eliminations, we could be having the same conversation about DS versus EMEA, but also including Team Rain.
Yeah, without a doubt, we're starting to see the impact of the Mandelbricks in this new format. You can see just how big of a lead they are pretty much netting these teams towards the top. Now, that being said, right, we're going to be calling on EMEA a lot this game to go ahead and close out the series here. If they decode this Mandelbrick in this next game, we're done for the day. We are going to go ahead, give them the win, and stop the competition outright. But the reason why I say that is because it's going to be harder for them to actually go ahead and secure this Mandelbrick, because the alert in the game that indicates whether or not a team that is currently in the lead that has actually activated match point is back this season. So if EMEA or any other team throughout the rest of the day and throughout the season as well go ahead and pick up a Mandelbrick whilst they are on match point, it alerts all of the other teams like, hey, guys, the team that is on match point and could potentially end the competition right now has the Mandelbrick. So these teams are going to know when they need to play around the 9 Mandelbrick addiction, that Mandelbrick, and it's just going to make it so much tougher for them to actually go ahead and close this thing out.
See if they can do it. But yeah, that notification coming back into folds is going to be a lot of fun. But I think everybody kind of realizes at this point, right? EMEA, they're knocking on the door of winning. We've got to shut them down. And most importantly, because, top 1, you mentioned it for the qualifiers, if you get first place, you move on. You get second, you don't get anything, right? But a consolation prize of GG, participation award. So everybody should at this point be going for the Mandelbrick. We did see 2 Tempest used last game for LFO and LDS. They're going to have the opportunity for one more. For EMEA, same conversation. They used a Tempest in round 3, but it paid off in a big way. They were able to secure the Mandelbrick. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on the operator selection, because if we see EMEA go for a Tempest, we know what they're doing. They're trying to close it out in round number 5 as we head into the operator selection. I can't wait to see it. What do we get? And we do, in fact, get the Tempest on Skydie. So you already know. Actually, Tempest all around. My goodness. The only one who doesn't take a Tempest is LFO.
Yep. All the teams are starting to feel the pressure here. That being said, I am seeing Evan as well with the gold armor decked out to the teeth. You can see Skydie and Boldo, they're not wearing any armor on the initial load-in, but they probably have it in their rig and their backpack. So some of our players like to play the mind game sometimes with us up here on the desk, but they are, of course, going to be having gold armor. But the reason why the gold armor is such a big investment, because obviously you have to buy the gold armor. It costs alloys just straight up, and you only have so many throughout the competition, but you can only do it once unless you have those lucky wooden sculptures that kind of net you an extra exchange. So buying that kit here for EMEA, this is a full-on investment from them. They are trying to end the competition. They have the operators, they have the loadouts necessary. Can they actually go ahead and pull it off?
Well, they do have good spawn, and they're going to make their way to the Mandelbrick already. Skydie's going to be leading the way with this Tempest. He should be the first one to get the touch. They will be met by 6VN and maybe DS if they can get across this bridge and get up there. But for Skydie, he's going to be the closest one, joined by 6VN. If he can get out free and clear, NBA has a good conversion rate of getting the Mandel brick and getting it decoded quickly. You already know that immediately they're going to head forward. They're going to go for the decoding process. 2 seconds remain. Skydie is already there. Actually, maybe it's even Evan who decides to take the Mandel brick. He's going to be the closest one, and he's actually going to go ahead and go for it.
Crazy play there from NBA. I mean, they would have had to waited until, again, I talk about it all the time, but when Tempests are on the map, ooh, hold up, hold that thought. Skydie, the marksman rifle, finds one of the knocks onto DS, who is, of course, that second place team. So that's a great denial there. But with NBA picking up that mana brick, remember, everybody was alerted. They know who has the mana brick now. But still, that being said, fights are happening amongst other teams around the map. It's Rain versus LFO. But right now, Rain are on top as they found the first initial knock onto Aesthetic.
And NBA is going to go ahead and start the decoding process very shortly. And this should look familiar to where it was before. Evan had that good high spot. Karma's going to fall from LFO. Big news for LFO. They're out. They've been in last place, but that's one less team that NBA has to deal with.
It's going to lean into the advantages that NBA have, but like I was mentioning before, that alert kind of goes out, so everybody knows that NBA are currently decoding that mana brick. But one thing that I wanted to kind of bring up, right, sending that Stinger potentially catches all these teams off guard, because it takes 2 minutes for that Tempest ult to actually activate, for you to actually find that ultimate. So the 16-minute mark on that timer up there is usually what we pay attention to before those Tempests start to use their ultimate. So Evan kind of running down, potentially picks up the mana brick a minute earlier than all the teams were kind of expecting it to be picked up. So potentially a little bit of strategy to catch everybody off guard. But take a look at this. Evan actually has an as well. I mean, what does NBA not have at this point? I mean, they've got everything going for them. Gold armor. They have the operators necessary to make this happen. They have the initial decode in, and they have the up here, and they're sending Evan to kind of try to defend the CEO office. That being said, with that shot ringing through the office, now the team of Rain is going to know what they are up against.
That's right. And Rain defensively have played so very well, but when they get aggressive and they push up, got to run into a couple of issues, but it's do or die at this point in time. And right now, everybody is arguably going to die in the next 2.5 minutes. This qualifier will be over with if NBA is able to get the decoding process done successfully. But anything goes, and DS is also in the vicinity, and that excites me. DS has put themselves in a position to not only surpass match point, but also potentially take this qualifier away from NBA. They did an excellent job before, and DS is, in fact, with the Tempest, going to get the touch, get the decoding themselves. Tempest gets out of the way. We transition to Rain versus NBA. Boldo takes a lot of damage, but he gives even more back over to one player on Rain.
Great job from Boldo to go ahead and equalize and make sure that the team of Rain could not press the advantage whilst the Tempest was kind of resting in the back. But NBA actually have the advantage right now. Are they going to be able to go ahead and push forward? No, they are not, as the res is already in for the likes of Rain. So this is going to be a full reset up here towards the top of the CEO office. And whilst all of this is going on, I mean, DS have taken full control over the bottom of Black Chamber, and they might be potentially interested in just full sending to go ahead and defend this one.
Oop. Barely misses that shot. He's okay. Evan taking his time. Goes back for the reach out, goes back for the repeat, but decides not to fully commit to it. For Rain, they continue to encroach on their space and push up. They understand Evan is going to be deadly with the snipe, so as much distance as they can close in gives more of an opportunity for Evan to miss an up-close and personal shot, and therefore beam him and take him down. But for Evan, does he go for a repeat again? Surely not. Takes his time and backs away. Secondary's going to be out, and shots are in. One's going to drop. Evan bit off more than he can chew as he falls to the wayside.
Now it's going to be left to Skydie right now. Remember, this is the team trying to go ahead and defend their opportunity to win the competition, but with 2 members down, it's just Skydie. I mean, if anybody could do it, it would be Skydie, but it's super difficult. But the marksman rifle proves to be worth its effort in bringing it in. Skydie hits the headshot right now. Now Rain is going to be down to just 2 members. 1v2 for Skydie. Can he go ahead and hit some of the utility? The disarm would go ahead and equalize things in terms of the gunplay. The roll comes out. The disarm was too far away. The shots couldn't land, and that's going to be NBA wiped out of round number 5.
Oh my gosh, and they lose the gold armor. They committed so much. Their second Tempest, gold armor, and they're done and dusted now out. DS has a tremendous opportunity not only are they decoding the Mandelbrick, which is going to be 15 additional points, but they're going to put themselves above match point. They're going to go into round 6 feeling more confident than they ever have, and the point lead over NBA quite literally could be 10, maybe 12 points. I mean, this is such a big move from the side of DS, and it's all because Rain decided to pressure up onto NBA, the heroes, arguably, of the lobby.
Not necessarily guaranteed so far. A bunch of teams are going to start to go ahead and run at this mana brick. Or will they? Remember, they kind of have the information that this is a team that is not on match point. They know this is not NBA because they weren't kind of given that warning upon this decoding starting. But 30 seconds before DS pick up a ton of points here. What are some of the other teams going to do? As the clock starts to dwindle, the opportunity is going to run out for all these other teams. And it might just be absolute chaos here with 20 seconds left remaining.
Yeah, you need Rain to push in. I mean, Rain, this is your opportunity. 15 points, you get up to, what, 39? Or 36, or 37, I apologize. Like, dude, that would be huge for them, but time is running thin, and DS are on their way to getting the capture, the full decode, and it looks as if they're going to be able to. Rain's on the outskirts, but not there in time. 6v comes for the attack, but it's a moment too late. DS get the Mandelbrick. They'll get a couple of eliminations to kind of cap off, but now they're officially in first place out of nowhere to challenge NBA. Talk about a turning point in our qualifiers.
Huge effort from DS right there. Obviously, he goes ahead and rockets him up into that first place spot, but it kind of denies the mana brick from all these other teams. Because you imagine if Rain were the team that actually picked up the mana brick, then they would be the ones that are on match point. So it was so important for DS right there to actually secure that mana brick, because it just does so much for the leaderboard. But now Rain, remember, with 26 points, still a lot to kind of play for here. Fermento is probably going to throw this disarm into this little bit of a hallway over here, and as soon as the hit marker comes out, he's going to call in his teammate to just go ahead and swing the angle to kind of pick up this free kill. The shots do come out, but take a second to breathe here because one of the other teams has actually joined in on the fray. But no, actually DS Storm went ahead and went down, and LDS, just the two last remaining members, kind of creeping out on the outside.
Yeah, they are creeping slowly. Not wanting to make single sounds as they set the trap. Well, what I think, at least in their minds, is a trap on terrain, but Shuya's already looking at the doorway to the left. As they go for the pressure, they go for the push, but LDS managed to get to her strike while the iron's hot. Empower, drop Shuya. Full finish is going to be in. Hold up, are we getting a team wipe? Fermento tries his best, can't do it, and the 2v3 is successful. The sneak attempt pays off in a big way, and LDS are the last remaining members on the map with 9 minutes to loot.
And they can kind of pull the switches that are going to be in centrifuge and test range to make sure that they get that standard extract actually pulled here, which means that their backpacks are going to probably be filled with some guns. And I mean, those 2 kills for LDS, I think they were on like 7 or 8 points coming into this round. The loot is going to be hard to find value. Oh my gosh, you're going to find the res as well. It's going to be 3 members that are going to be able to extract with an absolute bountiful amount of loot. That being said, it is hard to find a lot of points from just loot in general, but you got to imagine with all of the weapons on the ground, that gold armor that we know some of the teams kind of brought in, the arms that are going to be on the ground, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get upwards of like 14 mil in total, 14, 16 mil out of this game, which will be a swing of 7 points for them potentially. So we'll have to see what happens here for LDS, but the last remaining team, and this is where the competition gets fun, Reflections, because we get to watch these guys loot for 9 minutes and be super judgmental of their skills at actually fitting in all of this loot in these small backpacks and rigs.
I'll let you be the judge of that one for sure, Vivid, but as far as LDS goes, I mean, this is the best case scenario. They played it incredibly well. The reality is, though, they've got such a long come up. Such a long come up to catch up to DS, let alone NBA. But it is possible. I mean, they put themselves in the driver's seat at least to walk away with 20-plus points, which would be huge. But let's theorycraft a little bit while they are looting up. For DS, right, they've got the lead now over NBA. They're going to be on match point. Points only matters if we go a full 7 games, right? And nobody gets to Mandelbrick. Nobody's able to secure the match point win. Points then will obviously invariably will matter. But for DS and NBA, going into the next map, both of them, match point, a chance to close it out. That's big for them. But also for Rain. Rain is still an interesting one for me, and I don't think we're done telling their story just yet, because mathematically, it is still very possible, if no Mando Break or match point is reached. Let's say that they do, in fact, go into round 7. They do get the Mando Brick. That's 20 points, right? That's 20 points going their way. There's still an opportunity for either Rain, DS, or NBA to win this. I don't think LDS is going to be a conversation, but who knows how many points that they walk away with. But if they were to, I mean, over the next, 3 maps, including this one, if they were to able to piggyback off of this success and take the win, it would probably be one of the craziest comebacks in my esports career, brother.
Bird is on its way to pick you
I mean,
up.
2 games is definitely enough to do it. It is possible. We love to kind of play, take a ride on the hopium train here, right? Any team can still technically win. This is still possible. You can pick up so many points, especially with that round 7 mana break being worth 20 points alone. Going into round 6, though, that next mana break will be worth 16 points for the leaderboard. So, yeah, it's just so many points, right? If you go ahead and add up those 2 mana breaks alone, that's 36 points that you could kind of pick up there for the likes of LDS, which would put them in first place as it currently stands if DS and NBA don't get any points in general. But I mean, yeah, NBA now, you got to feel for them a little bit, because now the pressure is going to be on. I mean, they invested everything outside of the fact that there is a different team that is not only going to be in first place, but another team that can also obviously end the competition early. I mean, NBA invested so much into that they can't really bring anything in that will give them an advantage in terms of their loadout.
True. Lost the gold armor, lost the That's some coffee, baby. That's actually what I needed to restock. I'm out. Woke up this morning and said, I got two Delta Force shows. I'm out of coffee. We're going to get through this one, man. Well, great gameplay. It's waking me up, which is awesome. But it's true, though, for NBA. I still think they're going to be all right, despite not having S-tier loot to utilize going into the next round. I still think, fundamentally, they're sound enough to still close it out, despite maybe being at a loot disadvantage. But we can't deny that LDS is going to come in next with some banger loot, a banger opportunity, and new, at least reinvigorated energy.
Someone fancy this?
But something is something. I'm telling you, man. Something. I'm feeling it for Rain. I really am. I think Rain is about to do something big next map.
I think it gives us a great opportunity to kind of pick the brains of the chat. Who does the chat think is going to actually go ahead and win? I think it's going to be NBA. Reflections is rooting for Rain.
Well, I'm saying that I think they're going to do something special. Do I think they'll win? I don't know.
Now he's switching up, guys.
I'm not switching up. I'm just saying. I think we're about to see something special next map. Do they win? I don't know. The only thing about Rain, though, is I think defensively, when they're in a slow-paced kind of fight where they can really think about the line of sights, angles, attacks, and kind of how they want to work around a team, I think they excel. But when it comes to like chaotic, up close and personal fights, CQC, like for the Mando Break, that's where I feel they fall behind. I don't think they're a bad team by any means. I just don't think they're at the caliber of like DS or NBA in those Mando Break fights. And I think that's where Rain kind of falls to the wayside for me. But even still, they're a fun talking point. I think they're going to do something over the next 2 maps.
Yeah, I think throughout the day with the plays that Rain have actually been employing, right, it's pretty much just been setting traps around the map. I can almost bet that they have caused the most amount of desk slams today, catching out some of these members. You know what I mean? Like, just like, oh my gosh, desk slam. Guys taking us out. I know it was actually on Brakkesh, I think it was like round 2, where DS fell to Rain because they were trying to rotate over towards Museum, and Rain was just kind of waiting outside of the tower. So those plays have been a little ratty for Rain, but it has kind of kept them towards, at least in the top 3 of the leaderboard throughout the day. LDS with a great effort. Just 2 members remaining now at one point, and they went ahead, they wiped out the squad of Rain, actually, and then picked up a ton of loot. So they're going to be soaring up the leaderboard up to 19 points. I think they were on like 8 points going into this one, so this was a pretty good game for them. But you want to talk about good games. It's all about DS, man. Picking up that mana brick and soaring up the leaderboards whilst NBA has a bad game. They're going to be in first place now by 12 points.
Yeah, DS looks scary. I mean, that's 2 Mandel bricks in a row they were able to secure. 3 would be insane, but they managed to get 3. They managed to win. The Delta Force Rice Series Season 2 Open Qualifier, securing their spot into the next stage where the big dogs are going to be playing. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars up for grabs. Big news for DS fans, but for NBA, are you still rooting for them? Chat, Vivid asked you a little bit earlier. I'm asking you once again, can NBA close it out, or will DS be the team to do it, or will a surprise attack from Rain or LDS surprise all of us and ended up elevating themselves up the leaderboard? Coming up next is going to be another Space City, another opportunity for the Mantle Brick. A lot up at stake. A lot at stake. Who's going to take it? We'll find out after the break.
Looking got it.
Sky T. Why not? White hole team.
Same exact room. And Luna landed some of the utility. They're going to be able to push knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the Cody station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill on the easy jumps on the Cody station. Yvellier finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA. No. Team Alliance.
Operator, use all means to stop the match point.
I'm reloading.
Copy now.
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her.
Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. It's time to move.
Rowan Walsh, codename Rover, class Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, a havoc security team carrying high-value materials is DE.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die, and you lose everything in your backpack, except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now, stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
We can't hold them off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Welcome back, everybody, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers. It's all about EMEA, and at this point, it's all about two teams. NBA, who are currently in second place when it comes to points, but still have surpassed match point. And then on the opposite side, DS, who just did it. Securing back-to-back Mando bricks puts them now not only in first place when it comes to points, but also the same scenario as NBA. Past match point, they need one more Mando brick to close this out to qualify to the next stage. Those two teams we're going to be keeping our eyes out for. Vivid, it's coming down to the wire as we head in to game number 6.
Yeah, it would be very, very interesting to kind of see whether or not this actually ends early, or if we will go all the way to Game 7. Me and Reflections were actually talking prior to the show today, and I think we both kind of agreed we would not be surprised if we saw it go the absolute distance. But let's take a look at the leaderboard and how it is kind of panning out. Of course, with Darkside and Mana Brick Addiction both kind of surpassing that 40-point threshold, you can see they're both on match point, which is why they're kind of highlighted in green. But for Darkside, picked up 2 total Mana Bricks so far. I mean, their Mandel Brick point category, 29 points, is just kind of carrying them to the top of that leaderboard. So if Mana Brick Addictions or any other team cannot kind of close the competition early, let's say nobody actually activates that match point format by decoding a Mana Brick after hitting that 40-point threshold, then this leaderboard, these squad points will actually determine who wins and who qualifies to the regular season for Season 2.
Exactly the case here, and for Reign, they still have very much a chance. Yes, they're at 24 points. They are dwarfed by NBA and Darkside, but the Mando Brick now is going to be worth, what, 15 points, I do believe. That's a significant amount. Or excuse me, now 16, I apologize. 16 points that you can walk away with if you get the Mando Brick, and also doing so extends your life a little bit longer. Now, when we go to regular season match point, it's going to go until somebody wins. Here, though, for the qualifiers, you only get round 7. There's only 2 more rounds left. So if you or a team such as Reign in 3rd place, you go into Space City and you drop the ball, arguably you're done and dusted. It is over with. We take a look at the spawn predictions, and for NBA, going to be a little bit outside where the Mando Brick's going to be spawning up, and then for the side of DS, where are they at on my list? Darkside over to the right. So arguably the previous spawns were actually terrible for Darkside, yet they still managed to get the Mando Brick. What are they looking at going into round 6?
Yeah, I mean, Darkside, they could still potentially pick up that tier 1 spawn. Unfortunately for the likes of NBA, though, because they did get a tier 1 spawn in the previous game, they cannot get a tier 1 spawn in back-to-back games. So they're going to be forced kind of those tier 2 or tier 3 spawns. That being said, I like Space City because, you know, we of course have those 2 tier 1 spawns that give you pretty early access to that Mana Brick that spawns in the center of the map. But I feel like one of those tier 2 spawns up there towards the central command building can kind of be counted as a pseudo tier 1 spawn, because that kind of allows you the same timing towards the center of the map. Maybe some of our teams that are playing here today would argue a little bit against me, but regardless of your spawns, there is going to be one objective on the minds for, well, 2 of our teams. 2 of them are going to be thinking, hey, we need to decode this Mana Brick. The other teams are going to be like, we need to stop them from decoding this Mana Brick. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the investments here from some of our teams. The gold armor is being brought in by the likes of LDS completely. 6VN have a couple of sets themselves, and then it looks like DS have one as well. But for the operators, right, Tempest is of course always a highlight whenever we take a look at this. 4 teams total bringing in a Tempest this time around, and one of them is of course DS Darkside. So keep a close eye on what they're able to do with that operator.
Yeah, NBA, they can already use both of their Tempests. They're not going to have a chance to get it. Obviously, we mentioned bringing in gold armor last round. They're not going to have it this round. NBA's got arguably so much more, or so much less, compared to what they had in the last round. But will this round be any different? Can they close it out? Or will DS and their stellar run continue? They've been absolutely on fire, and they've been looking incredibly strong. For DS, though, they are going to get over onto the left-hand side, that west gate spawn. We take a look at them now. They got a bit of distance, but honestly, what made them strong in that last Mando Brick fight, Vivid? Well, it was the fact that they weren't the first team there to get the Mando Brick. That was NBA. All the attention was on them. For DS, they came in when everybody was posted up, distracted, fighting each other, third parties, and DS saw an opportunity. They sent in their Tempest. Tempest gets to touch, gets away just in the nick of time. They played it very well. Sometimes being the first at a party isn't actually what makes you popular, right? Unfortunately, if you're the first at a party, sometimes you get fully eliminated.
It's kind of funny how the map is currently panning out as well. All 4 of our teams that are not on match point are actually in the center of the map, and then DS and NBA are not in the center of the map. You can see here NBA is actually towards the central command building, and then of course DS is over towards that dormitory spawn. So yeah, I think Reflections, you might be on to something here, right? Being late to the party might be the idea, the general consensus here for the likes of NBA and DS, kind of sharing a similar strategy in the sense that, hey, there's a lot on the line. We want to end the competition early, but in order to do so, we feel like our best chance to do that is to kind of just show up late to the fight. Now, what worries me, though, is that if NBA and DS are not going to kind of push their advantages or kind of like push for something to happen around the Mana Brick in the center of the map, will any of the other 4 teams kind of drop down, pick up the Mana Brick, and take it to the coding station?
First time that the Mando Brick hasn't been fought for super hard, at least as of yet. It gives enough time to posture up. Take your time in this moment. It looks like actually Reign is going to manage to pick it up and get out of there with their own Tempest, and they're pretty much free and clear now. They head over to Black Chamber and start decoding it for themselves. This is big for them. Again, a big talking point for Reign is defensively when they set up early on. It's like an impenetrable force. It's so difficult to get through their defensive setup. And Vivid right now, they're able to set up. They are starting the decoding process. They are the only team currently in this vicinity for Reign. This could be a tremendous come up. I told you I was feeling something special for this roster.
So far, Reflections has been right, but we'll have to kind of see how this one pans out in its entirety. On the other side of things, LFO, they actually opted to go ahead and use their Tempest Thought to try to make something happen against 6VN, but their efforts were, of course, shut down. So we still do have all of our members still up and standing for all of our teams here. Remember, this is a little bit of a 3v3 that's actually happening over towards the Centrifuge building. This is a little bit offset. Trying to get a little bit of a grasp here on where all of our teams are going to be set up here and whether or not they're going to be able to deny or play for this mana brick in general.
NBA finally starts to work their way up, get involved in the action. Just to reiterate, for NBA and DS, if they can get a Mandel brick here and now, it's over with. They are on match point. First place is right there. All they got to do is reach out and grab it. But for Reign, still set up quite nicely. For DS, I know we're focused on LFO, 6VN, currently fighting in the other building, but I'm just taking a look at the rotate from DS. They're going to make a long rotate over and potentially run into LDS, and that's going to be tricky to get up to where Reign is currently at. So a lot of layers here, a lot unfolding outside of this fight, but obviously for 6VN, LFO, they are going to be the closest ones to potentially transfer over to where Reign is currently set up defensively.
I'll have to see how this one kind of pans out. But as the clock kind of dwindles, Reign is going to start to feel better and better as LFO. They try to make something happen, but unfortunately SVN is on the other side of things, and they're going to absolutely destroy that fight and win out completely. That's going to be LFO going down. They are, of course, towards the bottom of the leaderboard, as you can see on the left side of your screen. But unfortunately for them, I mean, I feel like their efforts at getting first place have pretty much vanished away. 6VN are still kind of in this one if they are able to make their way over towards the mana brick. Again, mana brick being worth 16 points can kind of keep any of these 5 teams that are currently in it with the win condition potentially. But for Reign,
I hate this though.
I mean, 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and nobody's even like near Black Chamber.
Yeah, and that's what I hate. Like, why are we allowing Reign to potentially get this Mandel brick for free this late in? It's match point. I mean, there's only 7 maps. We don't just continue on. If this was like, okay, there's more maps later on, okay, I get it. Like, maybe you could take your time. But for Reign to get this free and clear, especially if you're looking at LDS. LDS comes off the back of the last one, Space City. They do a phenomenal job being the last one standing. They have unlimited time to loot. They walk away with 20 points. They were sitting at about 8. They come in with a Tempest. Or excuse me, they don't come with Tempest, I apologize. But they come in with all gold armor. You commit that much and then you don't utilize it to fight for the Mandel brick when you know there's 2 maps remaining. You're kind of signing your death warrant at this point.
Yeah, it would be super crazy if we see Reign pick up this mana brick, because then that would be a 3rd team that would be on match point kind of going into the last game, which I mean, so many winning conditions in that last game anyway, just outside of picking up that mana brick on match point. Might just come down to straight up squad points on the leaderboard. Maybe that's what our teams are kind of thinking about. For Skydee, Buldo, and Evan, you could see their composition, it does not have a Tempest. So if they wanted to go ahead and deny this mana brick from Reign, they would have to run in and actually fight for it. And with the position that they are currently sitting in, I don't think they're actually going to go ahead and employ it. We're down to just 10 seconds, and I don't know. Reign might get it for free.
No way! Reign gets it for free. They get the Mandel brick.
Wow.
I'm blown away. 43 points now above NBA. I'm actually dumbfounded that nobody fought for the Mandel brick. This late in, we're now on map number 6. There's only one more round remaining after this, and it ends completely. There's only one spot up for the qualifiers to move on to the next stage, the main event. Like, brother, that is bewildering to me.
I think the only team we can kind of excuse from not playing for that mana brick would be the likes of DS. They did not get a warning on their screen that indicated that a team on match point actually had control of the mana brick. So they knew it wasn't NBA. They knew the competition wouldn't end early if that mana brick went through. So you're like, oh yeah, whatever. Like one of the other teams is just going to pick up like 16 points, but we know how the leaderboard looks. We are in first place by such a great margin that we feel pretty confident that we'll be in first place after this game if a team other than NBA actually goes ahead and decodes that mana brick. So I'll excuse DS from this conversation, but yeah, for all of our other teams, man, that mana brick felt like potential nail in the coffin there.
Yeah,
it just gives DS so much room to play with going into round number 7.
Yeah, I mean, LFO's eliminated. Okay, you know, I'll also give them a pass. But like, for example, LDS 6VN. There's nowhere to go from here, Vivid. Like, they're cooked. They're done. They're dusted. You know, at most, they're just going to be bullet sponges going into the next round. The Mandel break in the next round will be worth 20 points, right? That puts them up to 40, 42, depending on how this ends up unfolding. What, then they have to get 13 eliminations from there plus the loot? Like, they're going to have to pull off the biggest comeback possible. Plus, again, LDS commits all the gold armor to come into this, and they don't even utilize it. It's unfathomable. It really is. So for 6V and LDS, not fighting for the Mandel brick is unacceptable, in my opinion. You're quite literally throwing your chances of qualifying away. But enough on that. It is what it is. They chose their own path, and that's what they're going to have to settle with. But for Rain, though, like you said, we now have 3 teams on match point, which is going to make the last map sensational.
Yeah, I still feel the best about DS's chances right now to secure that first place. With their 11-point lead ahead of second and third place. They pretty much only have to play against those 2 teams. It would feel like in round number 7, depending on whether or not 6VN or LDS are able to pick up like 10 points here. I feel like that would be kind of a change of the storyline there, but that would be super, super difficult for them to do. We'll keep a close eye on it, though. Rotates are kind of happening around the map. 9 minutes remaining here in round number 6. Only one team has currently been eliminated. That's LFO. And one of our teams is actually playing for the Rocket extract. That's going to be LDS, but I mean, I would actually hope that they would not opt to take this extract. And the reason why I say that is, again, they know DS is in first place. Their win condition at this point would be beating LDS, or not LDS, DS on the leaderboard. And in order to do that, they would have to secure the mana brick, which would give them 20 points next round. And then they would need like 10 to 15 more points to compete. The 53 points that DSS. Yeah, so you need to get kills in round 6 here. You don't need to extract.
Already played in a very awkward, weird way this far. Let's see what they continue to do. But for DS, though, yeah, chilling. They're feeling great. They can play this as slow as they want, and they're going to be just fine. Taking a look at the map once again, you see NBA starting to move through with 3 of their players, I apologize, up towards where 6VN is at. Now for NBA, getting eliminations here is imperative. They need to close the gap on DS, just in case the last map doesn't, the Mandel break isn't decoded by DS or Rain, right? If NBA can close the gap in the points and it comes down to points, we want to be as close as humanly possible to try and ultimately take the win. Azu is loving these slow crawls. He's been doing that in previous maps before. Will it pay off this time? Let's find out. Evan on the high ground. He loves this.
Round number 6. I myself am going to be very, very interested to see what the leaderboard looks like after this one and what actually happens over the next couple of minutes to try to make the difference. Evan is trying to go ahead and pop the Toxic Vault right now to see if they can potentially play aggressive. But I think with the smoke in front of them, they're going to opt to not try to go ahead and pick up some of the kills. That being said, 6VN were actually pushed outside. I think that was Rain that landed a couple of shots of them, but he felt a couple come his way as well as Fermento was forced back inside, and Rain kind of could see some of the angles, but this is going to be a Trixie trying to make something happen on the back foot of the Tempest Vault being activated. He does find one knock, but he's going to be sent back on the ropes here. Let's go ahead and see if his teammates can make a little bit of progression towards that knock. But in the meantime, Boldo from NBA actually finds one of the members of 6VN, and now the last 2 remaining members are kind of pushed back into the corner. Some of the util lands right here. This is going to be detrimental to their position.
It's going to be hard for NBA to swing that corner, but they're going to try it either way. Luckily for them, 6VN has backed off. 6VN was in a great spot to cut off that choke point, and 6VN's gone. They're dipping, repositioning. I don't know where they're going to end up sending themselves, but they're just going to try and create as much distance as possible so they can recover Lost a teammate a little bit earlier. They know they're at a disadvantage for Rain. They're going to be on the outskirts. There's only a solo left. There is maybe a chance to get the teammate back into play, but Memento is just going to maintain his life as much as possible. The job's already done. They got the Mando brick. That was the most important thing, right? At this point, any kill that he's able to accumulate is just a cherry on top.
Just trying to think about like what number NBA would be comfortable on, or even for the likes of Rain going into the next game. I think you'd want to be around like 5 or 6 points behind if you are going to be behind at all. So I'm going to be calling on NBA here to pick up 5 more points. For Rain to pick up, I mean, what it would feel like 7 or 8 for them. So still a lot to kind of play for here. Got to tune it into LDS over here towards the Rocket Extract again. Feels like they need to make a lot happen, and playing a little bit passively, I don't necessarily agree with, but these are the guys kind of playing up on the big stage here. DS. And if they could find kills right here and extend that lead, all of our other teams would be a whole heck of a lot comfortable.
For sure. LDS back on your screen. Still on the move. Skydie's flying. Skydie is zooming.
Wow.
I mean,
I think my longest flight time in a Lure Rocket is about like 0.8 seconds. So
that's it.
I'm terrible. I'm absolutely terrible at that thing.
Skydie was zooming though. That's why he's one of the best out there for sure. NBA. Oh, Buldo is. Where's Buldo? He's got to be. Oh, he's just right there. Okay. DS is just below him too. Yeah, this could be massive for NBA or DS. Whoever ends up winning this fight.
Actually, as one of the members of 6van kind of ran away from the angle that Skydie was holding, one of the members from DS actually landed some shots on him, so you can see Puskas is actually down over there, so Blade is left to a solo right now. Some of the swings actually do come out, but Skydie doesn't clear the angle. Gives the opportunity away. He finds Evan, but Skydie turns around quickly enough and lands the shots and saves the game there for NBA.
It got dicey, though, but you're right, Skydie, the man of the hour, the man with the power, saves the day once again. I feel like you can lean on anybody on this roster. Bulldoze had highlight moments. Evan, too. Skydie, especially. Not clearing that corner would have been a death sentence, I think, for 99% of the rosters out there competing in Delta Force Esports. But Skydie, though, turns the odds into his favor. It's only 1%, but that's all he needs. Well done. To give NBA some much-needed points, now up to 44. But DS continues to accumulate, now at 56. Their lead growing ever more, and LDS is, in fact, going to go for the rocket extraction. Again, just questionable all around. Not only not fighting for the Mando brick, but then choosing to get away. At this point, mathematically impossible to catch up the DS. They're not on match point. That is a wrap.
Unfortunately for NBA, that solo from Rain, Fermento actually picked up Evan, but it looks like Skydie is going to be able to go ahead and find the opportunity to res here. So they're going to return to a 3-man roster. And the way this is kind of panned out, I mean, LDS are going to be extracting. There's a solo for Rain, but outside of that, it's going to be a 3v3 between our top 2 teams for what would feel like a very, very heavily weighted 3 points.
Right. LDS is gone. At least they maintained the gold armor, which could make things weird for whoever they're fighting against going into the last round, whether it's Brakkesh or Space City. We don't know what it's going to be just yet. In the meantime, though, with a minute and 40 left, still points in the form of bodies on the map. And for NBA and DS, this is the fight we want to see, right? Number 1 and number 2. And for DS, if they can eliminate all 3 from NBA, that puts them at 60 points going in to the final map.
Target spotted.
Would be crazy. Minute left remaining here, and if either one of these teams is able to actually go ahead and pick up and win this fight in just a short amount of time, they would actually be able to extract as well, which would be huge. But Fermento might play absolute spoiler here to the entire roster of NBA. He's going to wait for all three members to kind of run by the angle here, but landing these shots, actually finding the damage necessary quickly enough is super hard, but Skitey again turns around and sniffs out the solo. Great job from Skitey this time around to actually check his corners, and that's going to net MBA with one more kill point. But take a look at who is waiting in the wings and all in the extract. It's the full squad of DS, and they're like, please run at us and give us 3 more points and a great deal of a lead.
Oh, Skitey still firing some shots. If they were to drop Storm there, I think NBA pushes, but because Storm stays up, they take their time. The rocket could be out. Curves down, no effect. Either way, they do push forward. 20 seconds on the map. Skitey leading the charge. That is going to be a drop onto 1. Traxy's going to be down. For sure, also. Another line of defense here alongside that of Storm. Storm. Vision messed up. NBA pushing forward. Bulldo down. Full finish. Storm dropped. Nobody else remaining as NBA stays up. 47, I think, is what they'll walk away with. 45, 47 points. Either way, Vivid, yo, it comes down to the final map. I don't know which one it's going to be just yet. There's 2 choices. But, brother, 3 teams on match point after Rain successfully the Colds to Mandelbrick in round 6.
Yeah, funny enough, too, the 2 members of DS getting out through that extract right there could be a big difference maker as well. I mean, I think the difference right there would be like a point or 2 between the 2 remaining members of NBA who unfortunately did not make it out. Of course, some of the kills were actually trading back and forth, so 1 point to each way is just going to kind of keep it even, but the extract kind of probably being the biggest difference maker there. And yeah, all of our teams have a lot to play for here, and DS, man, they're towards the top of the leaderboard. They got to defend that spot, and they will qualify to the regular season.
It's getting crazy for sure, man. DS looking great. NBA as well. And then on the opposite side, right, you've got Rain, who just joined into the mix. Phenomenal stuff. 3 teams on match point. Who's going to get it? We'll find out after the break.
Looking
got it.
He got it.
Skitey, why not? White hole team.
Same exact room. And Luna landed some of the utility. They're going to be able to flush knock and land some of the first shots there. He picks up the second one immediately. And on the back foot of that, landing at the coding station, he wants to do just that. Right now, if he can stay alive, if he can just find the kill on the easy jumps on the coding station. Yubelier finds the shot. 1 second remaining. NBA, no! Team Alliance.
I'll get you out of here.
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your back's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now? Stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't find hold of her.
Clover, only because you saved me can we have this adventure. Come on, Clover. It's time to move.
Rowan Walsh. Codename Rover. Class Support. Rover was once an independent outdoor explorer, documenting his expeditions across some of the world's most extreme environments on social media. His experience in wilderness survival, terrain reconnaissance, and emergency rescue makes him a valuable asset in the field. As an operator, Rover used his outdoor expertise to provide support for his team. Alongside his military dog Clover, he assists with area searches, target tracking, threat detection, and route guidance.
Thank God. All units, having security team carrying high-value materials is key.
Rover and Clover share a deep bond built through years of working together. Using his whistle, Rover can call Clover into action. When called to action, Clover pursues nearby enemy targets, dealing damage and applying marks. If no targets are found, Clover maintains vigilant watch from Rover's side.
All right, girl. Where to next? Huh? Where are you taking me?
Welcome back, everyone, to Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers EMEA. Final map. 3 teams on match point, and the points are looking close in general. Even if the Mandel Brick isn't gathered by the 3 teams, it still comes down to points, and the question is who's going to win? Well, DS have the lead, but it doesn't guarantee them a win, Vivid.
Yep, it'll be very, very interesting to see how this one goes. It's kind of crazy. We talked about how the Open Qualifiers in general have just been this long. There's been so many rounds, so these teams have had to continuously kind of play through all of it. And at the end of it here, in the last opportunity for these 6 teams to actually qualify to the regular season, as we are only taking the winner of today's games to the regular season, that it just comes down to a single game here in game number 7. Take a look at the scoreboard, the leaderboard from round number 6, and some of the efforts of some of our teams. We did, of course, see the Mana Brick picked up by the likes of Rain to kind of give themselves hope in this last little game as well. But for the likes of Mana Brick Addiction and Darkside, right, those 2 teams that were on that match point, they only picked up some kills there to, for Darkside at least, try to extend their lead, and for Mana Brick Addiction to kind of close the gap.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that Rain only gets 1 kill and they still earned the Mandel Break. They didn't have to fight for it at all. Nobody pushed into it. And I mentioned for LDS, A big mistake from their part. I mean, they definitely shouldn't have camped bridge. They should have pushed up. Because of their inefficiency of pushing into the Mandel Brick, they gave it up. I mean, it's mathematically impossible. As you can see, LDS is going to be at 22 points. Same thing for 6. Same thing for looking for ore down at the bottom. Like, for those teams, pretty much not going to make it. Yeah, not going to make it, because they're not going to catch up to the squad points of Darkside, which is currently at 56. Now, the conversation then transfers over towards Rain, NBA, and Darkside. All 3 on match point. All 3 with the chance to get the Mandel Brick and close it out. Done and dusted. Finish in first place. Move on to the regular season. So for any of those 3, they're going to have to fight hard for sure. But Vivid, one of the things that I know about tournaments, when it comes to like LDS, 6, LFO, they're going to be point smudges, but they're also going to be nuisances. They understand that they don't have a chance to win here, but they're still going to choose to probably fight, Vivid, which could make things very weird for our top 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see how those teams kind of join in on the mix here. The race for first is what it's going to feel like between these top 3 teams. That being said, we did get a quick little glimpse towards the map rotation. That 50-50, that coin flick actually happened for game number 7 here. And we're going to be playing Brakkesh this time around. So, we've been over on Space City for a couple of games now, 3 specifically, and going back to Brakkesh. Remember, we did play Brakkesh a little bit earlier on today. Yeah. One of them went crazy. Nothing happened, pretty much. The Mana Brick was not decoded, didn't even make its way over to the decoding station. The other one, MBA actually picked up the Mana Brick and were able to pretty much secure it because they just had full control over Museum throughout the remainder of that Brakkesh game. So if you're MBA, if you're an NBA fan out there, going to Brakkesh might be advantageous for them. They've already proven to us today that they know how to play around Brakkesh and how to secure a Mana Brick on the map.
As we head into our final map, Brakkesh, I know that's going to make some people in chat happy. That's what they were calling for map 7. They were hoping we would return to Brakkesh, and we in fact are going to do that. Character selection is going to be interesting. 7 maps deep. A lot of operators have been burned through. That includes the Tempest. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 teams that could use the Tempest, but those rosters are going to, I don't think they're any of the top 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think the top 3 teams have already used their Tempest, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, so round 7 actually constitutes as a quote-unquote overtime round. So these operator selections actually start to reset, and they can choose any operators that they want. So you're kind of only limited to those specific operators 2 times throughout the first 6 games. But once we hit game number 7, the operators become available in its entirety again. So you can see MBA, those teams kind of leading the pack here, are actually going to go ahead and opt to pick up that Tempest. Again, probably the most valuable operator when it comes down to playing around the Mana Brick. It's just so good at securing it, stealing it, whatever you really need.
A Rain comes in with the Tempest, but also full gold loadout. That is going to be significant on the final round. I was feeling Rain. I'll admit it. I said I don't think they win the event, but they've got a fighting chance to do so, and they're going to have the tower spawn down on the bottom left. However, in the center, we're going to have a massive sprint for the Mandel Brick, and it's NBA and LDS who have priority.
NBA getting that more slightly southern spawn that they'll be able to pick up that Mana Brick in just 30 seconds. You can see that timer kind of ticking down in the center of your screen. They can't immediately pick it up. You have to wait just a quick little moment right there. So NBA current control over the Mana Brick area, but cannot necessarily pick it up directly so far. Quick reminder for everybody at home, we're pretty much have a 3-horse race towards first place, and that's all we were playing for here today is first place. So one of these 3 teams, DS, NBA, and Rain, you can see on the left side of your screen, pretty similar in points. DS does have a pretty surmountable lead, but the win condition is there for all 3 of these teams if they are able to go ahead and secure this Mandel Brick. There's still a lot to kind of play for here, but if they do win, they qualify to the regular season of the Rise Series Season 2 here in just a couple of weeks.
His situation is almost identical to where NBA was able to secure a win in round 3. By getting the Mandel Brick themselves. The first Mandel Brick was Mandel Brick Addicts, who got it in round 3 on Brakkesh, and it's kind of a very similar spawn. They're playing this very cautiously, and I think they're justified in playing this cautiously because LDS is around them. Getting it down here, losing a player, could literally make the difference between winning or losing. So staying together, getting your team in, not taking any unnecessary risk. I'm not saying play too passive, right? They still need to get points to catch up the DS. But I think for NBA and Rain, the Mando Brick is pretty much the win condition, right? That's what they need in order to win this. For DS, arguably, they can play slow, they can hang out, play passively, get some picks here and there. As long as NBA and Rain doesn't get the Mando Brick, they'll win on points. So for DS, they have a bit more options. For Mando Brick addicts as well as Rain, Mando Brick is pretty much their only win condition.
Yep. It'd be crazy for them to pick up 14 points or 15 points, whatever they would kind of need to pass DS at the end of the round here today. LDS, though, actually getting a little bit aggressive towards NBA. That was their Tempest. Kind of sent out to see if they can kind of make something happen, but Empower is going to be cut down. And now I feel like this is going to be the opportunity for NBA to go ahead and pick up the Mana Brick. They know that the team inside of the museum is down to just 2 members for the time being, as Skydie actually sends it in. This is going to be their Tempest trying to find one of the opening picks here. Tempest is going to be running out. He's taking a lot of damage so far. He finds the knock there onto one of the members of LDS. That being said, even though they picked that up, are they going to be able to do anything with that knock?
Good question.
Target located.
Doesn't even open up an opportunity to get over and start the decoding process. They're on the move. The target is on their back. We take a look at Rain, who have managed to miraculously bump themselves up the top 3, but with the down player, that makes things scary for sure. 6vN putting up a good fight. And Rain need to recover. Both teams will back away from each other. They will get their teammate from Minto back into the fight. Good on them. But that was scary for a moment.
All units, airdrops have been deployed all
I thought we were going to lose one of those teams that was kind of in the race here. Take a look at this rotation here from the likes of NBA. As a quick reminder, they're in current possession of the Mana Brick, and because they're one of the teams that are on match point, all of the other teams are notified, hey, a team that is on match point has the Mana Brick in their possession. So the likes of DS, they know that if they don't play for this Mana Brick, because it's one of the teams that are on match point, and that would effectively potentially lose them the game if NBA is able to put this into the station. That being said, they're taking a little bit of a passive approach. They know that there's still a team inside of Museum, which is why they haven't just ran over to what feels like, like 5 meters over that decoding station because of this angle that is being held from Empower. And sure enough, they're making the right call because that is actually holding that angle right now. You don't want to peek into that, but I think the smoke is going to do enough for Evan to kind of run out and place the Mana Brick into the decoding station. Now things are going to start to get crazy because, reminder, all the other teams are going to know that a team on match point has put this in. So all of our teams have to play for this.
Funny enough, this is the most aggressive we have seen LDS get onto a Mando Brick, and it just so happens to be where NBA is trying to close it out and secure their spot into the regular season. And LDS have quite literally nothing to lose, whereas NBA has everything to lose, which could make an interesting dichotomy going into the engagements, but we'll see if that ends up unfolding. For NBA, this is where they won the last Mando Brick, in fact, the exact decoding station that they're set up at, so it's familiar territory. Remember how they did it in round 3, Vivid? They held it down solid. Nobody was able to push up, and if they tried, Evan was beaming your head off. They're in the same situation as before, but now the armor is better, right? Everybody's got their feet underneath them. The pre-match jitters are out of the way, and the pressure is at the peak. It's at the precipice, so for NBA, holding on for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, for them, might feel like a lifetime.
2 minutes and 45 seconds left on this initial decode. 12 minutes in the last game of the day. We will kind of pick up one of the teams that we will be taking to the regular season.
I've got a reading.
A lot of our teams have the preferred composition. Of course, their operators were kind of reset, so they all should be feeling pretty comfortable. Take a look at this map view, though. You see it. NBA in current control, but Rain and DS on the south side of Museum are actually going to potentially run into one another.
Ooh. And Rain, mind you, got a bit sketchy when they were playing against 6vN a little bit earlier that LFO is now focused on. Rain's path to get to the Mando Brick has not been an easy one, but it's never easy. Move on to the next stage. Karma finds an opportunity, takes it on to one, gets taken down, though, shortly afterwards. 6vN potentially getting team wiped, depending on their last remaining player.
Got some crazy
bodies all around. And speaking of NBA, actually, one of the players, Skydie's down. That's LDS. They go on to the attack. Evan now is forced 10 toes down to try and stay up.
Don't need to worry, though. That knock on the Scuddy was actually when he was in his Tempest Thought, but Bulldog on the other side of things. Let's find one of the members of DS. It was a Trixie trying to make his way up the staircase. And some headshots were kind of landed right there. So NBA have done a great effort of not only holding off LDS, because Scuddy got aggressive on his Tempest Thought, but then also holding off one of the members that are also kind of fighting for the win here, DS. And amongst all of the efforts that have been happening here for NBA, take a look at the timer. We're down to just 60 seconds thereabout before NBA secure the win.
Rain's going to go for it. I can feel it. I know it. They're going to go full sin.
Yep,
They understand if we stay back, nothing's going to happen. Go in, though. Scotty's going to be the first line of defense. Great shots down range. Rain feels the pressure, but they can't slow down. 45 seconds remaining. It looks like it's going to be one from Rain just on the opposite side to challenge that of Evan, who's been holding close to the Dakota station. And Evan will hit the shots needed from Minto. From Rain will end up falling to the wayside. Now 2 more players from Rain are forced to push up. We're now down to the last 30 seconds.
LDS is starting to feel the pressure from some of the other teams, but Evan is playing this position perfectly around the smokes, around the angles, but unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep from Buldo potentially as Storm and DS, they run up the staircase to get some of the angles, but 15 seconds is going to be enough for the duo to kind of hold on Skydie and Evan. Their world is on your shoulders, but unfortunately for him, LDS is going to find the angle. That's going to be Evan down, and now it's all up to Skydie, but LDS, one of their members are laying on the mana brick. They have prevented MPA from securing the win right now. LDS is going to be in control of the mana brick, but DS, they lose 2 of their members, and now they just have a solo remaining.
And Rain's got all 3 members up. Rain has an opportunity to close this out. LDS decoding the Mando break, but with Rain looking as strong as they are, they back away. They're willing to play time and see how all of these crazy fights with the bottom 3 teams, LDS, 6VN, who's now got an LFO, as they get into the mix. Rain is fine to come in once the dust has settled, especially with 2 minutes still remaining. Skydie refusing to back away. Wonderful shots from him. He stayed so consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament, but he goes in for one more final attack. Hits the shots on the 2! Gets the full team wipe! LFO is out!
NBA keeping it alive right now on the back foot of Skydie, playing absolutely out of his mind. That's going to be a 1v3 to keep their run, to keep their chances alive, but now the full reset has to come in for them to have any real chance at actually winning this thing. Remember, they're going to have to secure the mana brick. There's no way they get enough points to kind of contest with the big 57 that DS currently have, but this is what makes it tricky, right? Because no matter where he reses, the sound cue is going to go off. It's going to scream amongst the halls of museum to all the teams kind of surrounding. That being said, I'm not seeing a lot of movement from any of the teams, and I think this res is actually going to come through. Has Skydie done it?
Skydie takes to fight the LFO, eliminates all 3, gets the res on one of his teammates. He goes in for the 3rd, but one thing about Skydie that we know to be for certain is he will find a way to will a win into existence, and that's exactly what he's doing now for NBA, who have closed the gap even when it comes to points, now 57-49. Still a large margin given the fact this is the final map. But what is the task at hand? With 1 minute and 30 remaining, LDS is going to get the next Mando break. And Rain still 3 strong. For NBA, still trying to recover. They were in shambles, now looking a little bit better. But for Rain, can they get the job done? Well, they take the fight to LDS, and it's going to be Shuabi who takes down in power, but can they get a couple more?
Looks like that was actually the Tempest right there, trying to kind of make something happen. LDS is going to be forced to go ahead and get the reset in, but take a look at this. Boldo, amongst all the chaos, amongst some of these other teams fighting, actually jumps onto the coding station. He's trying to go ahead and close the gap with the body, and he does. He gets across the open hallway, takes the body out to the balcony, and I think NBA are going to be back to a full 3-man roster.
That's so devastating, too, if you're thinking you're Rain, right? DS trying to close this out, and now you've got to go against a 3-man unit of NBA, but Fermento is pushing up. He gets the touch. He's going for the C's, and it's going to be successful. Raid wins in just 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If they can hold on, but Bulldo's in a fight up close. He's blinded, but luckily, he's not getting shot.
Tempest there for Rain, went ahead and opted to go ahead and take the robes back, so that was a good decision. One of our teams here on match point does have current control over that decoding station. I'm keeping a close eye on these points, though. MPA are currently creeping up on that 57-point mark that DS were feeling a little bit comfortable in. But DS is still alive. They do have 1 single member lurking about this museum. It's going to be a Trixie, who is, of course, playing that Nox. And what a better operator could you possibly have in a situation to where you would want to go ahead and play for some of the third parties. And I think with that smoke kind of coming out from the likes of EMEA, they're going to go ahead and cross. And sure enough, that's going to be Evan. Mind you, keep a close eye on our decoding time. It's down to 2 minutes. The next time that it is stolen, it'll drop down to 90 seconds, and it'll be at 90 seconds every single time after that.
Rain's got to be careful here in the way that they're pushing. LDS is still lurking over around the corner. And LDS, despite them not having an opportunity to qualify in first place, they can still cause a lot of destruction. They can be the dream killers. And Fermento, I think, just ran by one of the LDS members who's just off to his left-hand side, if I'm not mistaken. But luckily, he doesn't get shot. And it is, in fact, one of the LDS guys just off to the left. But is he behind a wall, or is he fully exposed?
Yeah, I think that's going to be LDS kind of tucked away into that little bit of a safe room as it currently stands. They've been in there for quite some time now. I'm hearing some shots kind of ring out towards the museum, but the pressure is on Rain right now. Remember, they got to go ahead and pick up this mana brick if they want to win at all. And with 60 seconds remaining, and with Evan finding the shot onto one of the members of Rain, I mean, that res is going to take what would feel like an eternity for Rain to go ahead and reset, upwards of almost 20 seconds that this team is going to have to go ahead and take. And with the timer down to just 40 seconds, I mean, you're kind of running out of opportunities, but LDS might prove to save the day for the likes of Rain and DS if they're able to use their Tempest to go ahead and jump on the decoding station, but there's only 30 seconds to work with. They're trying to throw all the utility out, but Skitey, with potentially a little bit of a mistake, he actually gets knocked, and all of the trades are kind of happening back and forth.
It might be the last dash, the last attempt, 20 seconds remaining. Schwab goes in for the touch. He's able to do it. Rain now are just a minute and a half away from winning, securing first place and moving on to the next stage. They're now 3 strong. NBA loses yet another player, and DS loses their third. DS still has the point lead. LDS, theoretically, if they can win this Mandel Brick, still gives the win over towards DS. But 4 minutes is an eternity, and you're fighting against the best of the best. For Evan, going for the refresh once again onto Buldo. Skitey's got the off angle, sees LDS pushing up. Smoke is out, has to reposition. Rain is now less than a minute away from winning.
Yeah, NBA unfortunately have to go ahead and stop this. Reminder, they are given a little bit of an alert that they know that this is a team that is on match point, so they're going to be feeling the pressure without a doubt. But what can they do? I mean, it feels like they have actually 2 teams that's kind of holding them out on the balcony. You have Rain on one side, who's kind of holding down the decoding station, and take a look at LDS. They're in the hallway, kind of preventing NBA from running out as well. Or LDS going to kind of play spoiler here. Evan tries to land the shot, but unfortunately he's going to miss not only once, but twice there on the Fermenter. He's kind of playing with the angles. LDS, 15 seconds, so they're going to be the ones to kind of jump on the mana brick and prevent Rain from winning.
They have to. They've got to make the push. Evan is also there. Evan has been the hero multiple times for NBA, much like Skitey has. But with MXKX on the decoding station, it's not going to be easy. Evan pushes up. Evan's going to drop. 3 seconds away. Is Rain able to do this? LDS pushes in as well to try to get the decoding for themselves, but not able to do it. And Rain has officially won the Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers for EMEA. A sensational job. And it started on the come up from round 6. They get the Mendo Brick, they get the additional points needed, but here they fought, they had patience, but it pays off as Rain gets the win. And Vivid, I am regretting backing away from my original pick and saying I don't think they win it, but they'll do something special.
Wow.
But give me credit. I said they would do something special, and they did indeed. What a team moving on to the regular season.
Spot on reflection. Well, I called him out. I was like, hey, listen, don't back down. Don't kind of count out the team that you're talking about. He's like, they're just going to do something special. Something special they did indeed. I cannot believe in game number 7, they are the ones to maintain control. I thought it was going to be all NBA. I mean, even in game number 7, it looked good for them. Yeah, they were the last 2 remaining members there on the Brakkesh, but it did not matter because the likes of Rain, they walked away with a mana brick. And the match point format, it comes into play here. Yeah, it took 7 games, 7 rounds to actually get there, but because of the format, because of the 20 points that were kind of allotted to the team of Rain as well, man, they just instantly win it. And what an incredible effort from them.
Well, unbelievable. And what a special team. You know, there are teams that would have moved on that I wouldn't necessarily have been happy with. NBA is not included in that, DS not included. But for Rain to move forward, I really do think they're going to provide a big impact against the other rosters that they're going to be playing against in the regular season. They show great maturity. One of the compliments early on that we were given to them, Vivid, that was really harping on, was the fact that you can tell they have good maturity and good leadership when it comes to the choke points and slowing things down and cutting teams off. They were doing that better than any other roster was doing it. NBA was showing glimpses that they were trying to do that. You go back to Map 2 Brakkesh, where they were fighting against the airdrop and they were set up trying to, set up a trap. Skydie was right next to the airdrop. But who did they get pushed back from? Rain. Rain pushed up on him. Rain was the one who put the pressure on and forced NBA to make the rotate. And if Rain didn't fully back off, they probably would have taken down NBA in round number 2 as well. So they played very, very well and show a lot of maturity, both in aggression but also in setups. I think they're going to be one of the deadlier teams going into the regular season.
Yeah, cannot wait to kind of see how they're going to be stacking up against some of our other teams that are already in the regular season, because that is when things are going to get crazy, right? Some of the top teams on the region kind of going head to head, and DK kind of talked about it earlier, a little bit of a video that we watched in that regular season, fighting for spots towards the DFI. It's going to be crazy, man. Cannot wait to kind of kick things off. And what a way to kind of end the Open Qualifier. I mean, we went the absolute distance all the way to round number 7. But for a team that felt like they were so far behind halfway through this competition to just clutch up and make an absolute run at it. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, well done. Super happy that they move on. I think they're a great team. Show a lot of potential. But let's mourn a little bit who we lost. I mean, DS played so incredibly well. I mean, to have the point lead as long as they did, they were prime for taking this win. And then Mando Brick Addicts, it's going to be weird not seeing them compete in the regular season. This was a team coming into it that we definitely expected to be the leading team. And arguably they were, but they just didn't win the match point format, right? But what a fight. Skydie, I mean, nearly willing the win into existence, getting the reses, pushing, I think LDS, I think it was, if not, no, should be not LDS, LFO, pushing LFO through that window, getting all 3 down. Like, only Skydie can pull stuff like that off, right? I mean, he did everything in his power, Evan too, but it just wasn't enough. And it just comes to show the caliber of teams that were in this qualifier, the caliber of players that we're getting when it comes to Delta Force Esports. As it continues to mature and blossom over the years, Vivid, it only gets better and better.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, like you kind of mentioned, NBA would be weird without seeing their kind of their tagline there, their acronym up on the big screen. Unfortunately for like Skydie, Evan, and Boldo, the last we see of them here. But I mean, man, incredible stuff. I love kind of watching some of these players and just kind of over just 7 games, it feels like you can kind of create like a highlight reel out of all of the things that they were able to pull off, and Skydie without a doubt was one of them. I mean, we kind of talked about it coming into the day. I was only really familiar with the team of NBA. All the other players haven't really seen up on the big stage before myself personally, but I feel like, the likes of like Storm played super, super well today. Obviously a Trixie, just the whole side of DS. They were just so good throughout the day. Obviously, you take a look at the leaderboard and it's pretty obvious that they were doing well. But again, going to be looking forward to seeing those guys once more in future competitions as well. And like you called out, excited to see how Rain kind of stacks up against some of the other good teams on the region.
Great teams in the region, man. And Gartha, for example, who's already moved forward, they're going to be a talented roster that we're going to have to keep our eyes out for. For them to battle against Rain, that's going to be something special. Obviously, very much looking forward to how that's going to end up unfolding. But whew, Rain, what a team. What a team, to say the least. Shuei, I think we're going to have a chance to speak to and get their opinions. But as we take a look at the match leaderboard, you can tell just how good Rain truly was. They finish with 2 Mandel bricks in total, both in round 6 and round 7. They close out match points. They were a talking point after, I would say, 0 down, right? But not really too much of a talking point. Maps 2, maps 3, but map 4 and 5, you could kind of see, okay, maybe this team has something going for them, and then the way they close it out is just sensational. But again, for Darkside, NBA, they also actually NBA being the first team to reach, match point, unfortunately can't close it out. Just comes to show you how hard this format is, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of talked about it. The fact that we reintroduced that alert, all of the teams, like, hey, there's a team that could end the competition here. It's super hard to win it because you have to pretty much, enact a win condition that all of the other teams on the map know that you are trying to kind of pull off. So obviously they're going to play to kind of prevent you from doing that. So obviously it's just easier said than done being the first team actually to kind of cross that match point threshold, but the fact that they kind of even made it to those 40 points, incredible stuff. I mean, even if you take a look at their kill points, they were the team that was slaying out through all the day. They were the team that had the most amount of asset points as well. Just when it came down to pick up that second mana brick, man, it was super, super tough for them. And I think what's kind of cool about this format is that obviously like last season, when we take a look at the win condition last season, it was, yeah, you had to pick up 2 mana bricks, kind of end the competition early. And our two teams towards the top, even Rain, both of those two teams up there, they actually picked up 2 mana bricks of their own. So it still kind of plays into that format, just a different approach to how you actually get there. I think it's very, very cool.
For sure. I'm really actually a big fan of the format. I really am. You know,
Yeah,
at first I was kind of skeptical. You know, I was like, it's going to be a bit slow. Teams are wanting to make, you know, pushes, but there is no denying that once we get into like map 5, map 6, like that's when things get really fun.
Yeah.
And having half of the lobby on match point, and you have teams who aren't even on match point, like for example LDS challenging the Mando brick and just making things exciting. Beautiful, beautiful stuff for sure. Chad, I hope you had fun. What do you guys think about the new format? I know you guys are still getting caught up. There's a bit of a delay, but you guys are still watching the end, and it's so fun to see them just waiting on bated breath. Who's going to win? Is it going to be NBA? Is it going to be Rain? NBA is going to take it, right? They haven't caught up just yet, but what an ending, what an event for sure. EMEA did not disappoint. We do have America's coming up in a couple of hours. That's going to be a lot of fun for sure. But as far as EMEA goes, Rain, just a phenomenal job, played out of their minds, and consistency is key. They were highly consistent throughout their strategies and their belief, and they never gave up. Vivid, I'm excited for regular season, brother. I really am. And also this new season, a lot of fun. What was the biggest change for you that you noticed? Was there any craziness? Because I think operator-wise, like there was really not a lot of big changes.
I think we pretty much saw everything kind of standard across the board. Obviously, the biggest change is that we just saw a mana break in every single game after game number 1. I think that was like the coolest bit because it constantly gave some of these players to play for something. But with the new format, they didn't necessarily have to directly play into that every single time. Big fan of the new format, obviously going through some of the open qualifiers. Once we actually get to that regular season, that's where we will see all of what should be the top teams on the region going head-to-head. And that is where we will really get to see the bread and butter of the format and how it plays out when these top guys are going head-to-head. As a quick reminder for everybody at home, of course, Rain qualified to the regular season through today. Team Agartha, I'm a big fan of Team Agartha kind of making it through. They made it through yesterday as well by winning out their group, and that team features Nast. We've seen Nast plenty of times in highlight reels, so those two teams kind of clutched up this weekend, and a big congratulations to them.
Big congratulations to Agartha, Rain as well, who just qualified. EMEA did not disappoint. After all, it is Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers, and you expect the best to be competing. Well, we got exactly that. What a day it's been. We have America's, like I said, coming up in just a couple of hours. It's going to be another Open Qualifier and another spot for the regular season for the Americas region. But as far as EMEA goes, well, that's done and dusted. That's all we got for you. Make sure you hit the follow and subscribe button if you haven't already. But for myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Vivid, our production crew, thank you so much for being here. Be back for Delta Force Rise Series Season 2 Open Qualifiers for Americas in a couple of hours. We would love to have you.
Operator, all